Sweet. Amazing. Just spectacular. Sweet. Wonderful.
Incroyable.
Incroyable. Incroyable. Gut. Hello. Hello, people. Hello, beautiful people. What is going on? What's happening? It's amazing to be here with all of you today. As usual. Yeah, New York. New York. New York. York. Pour some coffee on the dog. Your sweater is soft. It's soft.
Hilarious.
Managed to do a mix today. Good. Yeah. Did you guys do your homework? Do your homework? Long Island, yeah. Long Island. Torture mix. Torture mix.
Ciao from Italy.
My dog ate my daw. You mean your daw ate your homework? And then your dog ate your daw? In that order? No, different order. That's fine. Don't worry about it. It's okay.
Having fun working with these tracks. Very cool. Yeah,
Yeah, good.
Lots of volume balancing in the vocals.
Mm-hmm. Just wait.
Very good, Steve.
Yeah.
Steal our thunder. Coffee is ready. Never got the plug-in. Someone will drop the link for you there, Antoine. Finally got compression to work. Wow.
Hey.
That's huge.
Don't forget to change your settings from hosts and panelists to everyone.
I even need to do it. I was on hosts and panelists.
Reminder.
Yes, sir.
Reminder. You're welcome. Did anybody eat chicken wings last night? Was I the only one? We eat chicken wings in our house every Wednesday. We call it Chicken Wing Wednesday.
Back on the reg, man.
Yeah.
Back on the healthy reg.
You got a strict diet, do you?
I do.
Yeah.
Back down on the low cal.
Yeah.
So I was having chicken thighs and broccoli.
Mmm.
Delicious though.
Nom 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 nom.
So that's kind of like a wing. It's right there. It's right there in the anatomy.
Right there.
Yeah. It's adjacent.
Wing adjacent.
Wing adjacent.
Yeah. Perfect.
Ooh, chicken tikka. Nice, Joy.
Oh, tikka.
I'm a fan. Pasta overall. Chicken thighs and spinach tonight. Even well, I don't know what's healthier, spinach or broccoli.
I think broccoli. I'm sorry. I think spinach is.
They're both good. Doesn't broccoli have some good heart stuff in there?
I don't know. Somebody says broccoli isn't real. I don't know what that means, but I agree.
What is it then?
Just because it's.
Is that why I'm so hungry today?
That sentence sounds hilarious.
This seems to be a cooking tutorial. Sorry, wrong room. Everyone who eats broccoli eventually dies.
I love Brussels sprouts. Somebody mentioned Brussels sprouts.
Too.
I absolutely that's my favorite. Brussels sprouts, you know, you toss some butter in there, so a little bit of garlic, some butter, onions and bacon. Make it American. Put some bacon in there.
Yeah, that's a good way to do it. I'll go with the balsamic glaze a lot of times.
Yeah, we'll do that too. Yep. Me Brussels sprouts, anything.
Evil.
And I think my second favorite has got to be the green bean.
Hmm.
I like the green bean.
You like the
So
fresh green
plain?
bean, or are you talking the canned green bean again with like
No,
bacon?
no, not like chopped, like actual green bean, like fresh, green
Oh,
beans.
so I'm all about the canned, like in a can.
Really?
Yeah,
No way.
yeah. Cream of mushroom in there, some bacon and onions.
Oh,
I like the green bean.
I like the green bean.
If you're worried you're in the wrong place, this isn't a cooking webinar. We are going to mix a song today.
We got 4 minutes. We got 4 minutes, guys. We're gonna chirp at you. Oh,
If
for a
any of you
few.
ever come into our program, you'll know I do love a good cooking metaphor, though, so we're not too far away from
Oh yeah.
the lesson.
It's funny. You mentioned being on a diet. We're talking about food and stuff like that. I actually burned 2,000 calories today. Yeah, I left my food in the oven for too long.
You didn't have that one planned. You just pull that out of the ether.
I just got them loaded,
Jeez.
ready to go.
I think my head's too full of useful information to remember that many jokes.
That's okay. I can repurpose them.
Do it for us.
I can repurpose them for later. That means I can tell the same one over and over again.
Yeah, I'll think it's great every time, or not great.
Boy. Don't worry. I got some
Yeah,
more. I got some more zingers for you today.
that's right, Johnny. An event with Spitfire Audio next week. Did you get their email? Partnering with Spitfire Audio to do a sync event next week. Should be pretty cool. We've never done one before, so should be a lot of fun. Brand new kind of event. Gonna have a sync kind of program, a sync intensive program after the webinar for those who are more interested. So it should be a lot of fun.
Yeah, that's gonna be great.
Yeah, I was working on it with Rob Shoestack this morning. Should be pretty cool. We're bringing in a really cool composer. We're gonna do a lot of live, sync. It's just like prompt creation, just reading off prompts and like creating live, breaking it down. Should be pretty cool.
And I'm gonna mix it.
Yeah, that's right. Day 3 is Jake mixing and mastering the track.
Oh, I'm gonna master it too?
Well, we could have someone else do it if you're not up for it.
I'm up for anything.
I know this about you. Is the webinar listed on mastering.com? Not sure. You would have had an email from us about it, and Spitfire sent out an email yesterday about it.
I'm sure it's on the events calendar.
It's titled
I'm,
We're
I'm,
Partnering with Mastering.com.
it has to be. We have too many events to keep straight for it not to be there, That's gotta be there. Hold on.
On the
Courses.mastering.com.
calendar. Cool.
Events. Yeah.
Yeah, this right here, where the replays are, where the multi-tracks are, courses.mastering.com. It's back live. It was wonderfully, the timing was wonderful yesterday as everyone needed it for it to go down. It was a system-wide outage, not just us. Anyway, it's 10 after. Who's ready to dive in? Should we do this thing?
I think we should.
I could barely sleep last night. I'm so excited about doing this vocal.
Yeah, same. Same.
Some people get stoked on cars and shiny things. I get stoked on mixing some vocals. I say that dryly, but it's true, which is what's funny. That's what I geek about. Fix the Mix Challenge Day 3. Welcome back, everyone. If you've made it this far, I always say this, my hat's off to you. You're the gluttons for punishment. You're the real OGs. You're the real learners. You've stuck through it. You've come back. You're hungry for more. And I love to see that. Also love the community we've been able to create over the last 3 days with each other. Again, I do appreciate how kind and helpful and supportive everyone has been in the chat. I do think the music industry, as it's transformed to more of an at-home situation or a small studio situation, it's easy to feel like you're on an island. There's not a community for you. We hope to help alleviate some of that with what we're doing, and we don't have to be so isolated. It's not good for the brain. It's not good for the soul. So come together, participate with each other, help each other, and we'll be here to help you too. If you've missed the last couple days in terms of introductions, my name's Caleb Lovelace. I'm the Director of Education for Mastering.com. Pioneered the Reverse Engineer program, which is a new way to teach music production and engineering. I'll actually tell you a little bit about that today. We have Mr. Jake Codeweiss here today. It's just Jake and I riding off into the sunset on this song together. Jake's a consummate pro in the industry. He's shown capacity to just kind of build whatever he wanted to build in this industry, whether it was a sync business and he exploded and was one of the more successful sync people around, whether it was getting signed and touring. And now he's building up another company here with us and also his own company in mixing, mastering, and production. He can't help but be successful, Mr. Jake Codeweiss. Also a heck of a teacher, as you've seen over the last couple of days. We're really thankful and grateful to have him as a mentor in a program. One's in chat for Jake. It's been really cool so far. Yesterday in particular, I mean, day one is always so foundational, but yesterday in particular was some really cool information, some really good golden nuggets got dropped yesterday. And I hope you had a chance to digest some of that. And of course, our sponsor, Mastering the Mix, makes it possible for us to do these for you for free. We don't do the affiliate thing. We're not selling you anything for mixing the mastering the mix. They're a partner of ours. We do enjoy what they represent, what they stand for, but this is not an affiliate thing. Whenever we get offers for affiliate stuff or discounts or any of that, we pass that along to our students and get them a lot of discounts and free stuff instead. We're just educators, but we're glad to have them here today. The action items yesterday, you were supposed to go in and work on instrumentals, frequency issues, enhancements with frequencies, dynamics issues. We did a lot more dynamic stuff yesterday than frequency stuff. We had some masking, but it actually got solved really fast. It was basically like I could think of maybe 2 moves that did 90% of it yesterday, and one was just like a mix bus on the guitars dipped down at 500. It was just like, okay. Little dip down a couple other places, but it wasn't too intensive. I had some slides prepared for more information about masking, but it wasn't didn't come up on this one. Each song is its own thing. And I hope you had fun doing all this. We didn't even get into spatial processing much yesterday. We'll get into that more today. We'll talk about space buckets. Should be a lot of fun. The concepts we did kind of go over yesterday, though. We talked a lot about dynamic control. So transient control, the use of clippers and limiters to do that type of stuff, why we do it, why it's important for mastering. We also talked about consistency. I give the analogy of if you looked at a dance company on stage or a play or something like that, you have the background dancers and then you have the focus. And so much of what we're trying to accomplish with dynamic consistency in a song is directing the listener's ear to where we want it to go to tell the story we're trying to tell, to tap into the emotion that we're trying to express. And a lot of that has to do with taming everything in the background, the supportive elements to be consistent and never pop out too much or do something we don't want it to do so the ear gets distracted away from what we want the listener to focus on. And it's also about, and we'll see today, so much about consistency, even within the lead dancer or lead role of the play. If that person trips and falls over or stumbles off the stage, that's also distracting to the story of the song and the emotion we're trying to express.
Sorry, that was mean.
Jake would like it, but the rest of us would be horrified because we have a soul. but you want them to have their performance be smooth as well. And a lot of what we're going to do with the vocal today is making sure it's sitting in the mix properly. It's never dipping behind the music. It's never too forward that it sounds displaced from the song. It's right in the perfect place with great consistency. And that allows the listener to emerge or submerge themselves in the audio masterpiece that you've created and to feel the story that you're trying to tell. I talk with my hands too much. We also talked about dynamic enhancement, how to do that with compressors, how to get more punch out of things, how to get more body out of things, how to almost EQ with compressors to take the edge off things. Typo? Did I get it? Did someone say typo? No, they said heyo. And we also talked about how to clear mud out of the mid-range. It was pretty easy yesterday. Wasn't a ton of work. Goals for today, it's all about vocals, same thing as yesterday. When and why to control frequencies, when and why to control dynamics. And then we'll dive into spatial processing. And I'd also like to give you a few last thoughts on the mastering mindset. I'm going to do that up front today. Just give you a couple thoughts about that. Because we've been discussing a lot about the power of objectivity. This is something I believe in within music and education and helping engineers and producers more than any other concept that I know of. Mostly, well, I shouldn't say mostly, partially because of what learning objectivity in the left brain part of music did for me and my creativity, even my music career, filling in gaps, giving me more confidence, giving me more instinct, giving me a deep understanding of the tools in a way that allows me to not have to think so much, but act on instinct. A lot of people focus on the subjective creative side. We've always tried to bring it back to more objective things because we need that balance within us. We need objective standards. We need objective anchors to pull us back from our ears running wild and playing tricks on us. And the more proficient we get with that, the more we can dial our rooms in and our headphones and train our ears and really learn the tools on a deep level, not just use plugins and tips and tricks and templates and stuff. When we really have mastery over it, something really beautiful happens. And I've seen it within myself, but I've also seen it in the last several years working with thousands of students, many of whom have gone on to do really incredible things, but who came in feeling a bit lost, discouraged, feeling like they're stuck. It was never more focus on creativity that helped them overcome it. It was the unlocking of creativity that happened when they finally filled in the gaps in their knowledge, when their technical skill matched the creativity they had in them, and they finally had the ability to take the sounds they had in their head and have them come out the speakers the way they hear it. There's a magic unlocking that happens there that I love to watch. It's very special to me, and it's part of the reason I love what I'm doing. So I believe it in a lot, and I want to dispel a couple myths that have to do with mixing and mastering your own work in particular. How many of you as self-producing artists have heard the phrase, you shouldn't mix and master your own material? I've also spent the majority of my career believing that as truth. And I see good reasons why that could be true. There are some people who shouldn't mix and master their own stuff, but I've had a unique experience in working with students. I used to train mastering engineers specifically for many years. And in particular, the interesting ones for me were the producers who were coming in, learning, mastering, and even mixing as we started teaching that as well. I had this insane kind of experience sometimes with these people who really got good at it and really learned to compartmentalize each part of the process. They could produce when they're producing. They could switch gears and change hats and change mindsets and mix when they're mixing and do the same and master when they're mastering. What I saw happen was people taking their music to levels that I realized I probably couldn't have taken it to myself, and I'm pretty good at what I do. And what I realized is that if someone can learn to do that, they're the ones with a unique vision that can almost never be expressed perfectly to people. And if they're very good at what they do, they can take that vision farther. I've just seen it. I almost, it's even hard to say, but I've seen it so many times now where someone has taken their vision farther than I could have understood it myself. And I don't think anyone could have really taken it that far. And so what I realized is that it's a myth that you can't work on your own stuff. The problem is you just need to learn how to. And then if you do, you can actually really run with things. And there's so much advantage to that. You have so much control. Obviously, it saves you a lot of money. For sync people, it's like it's quick turnarounds. There's so much value in being able to do this skill. Not just the fact that I think you can take it farther. The myth is you can't mix and master your own material, but if approached correctly, you can. And I think you can do it better than anyone else. And that's just through my experience. Jake, you've seen the same thing, right?
Yep. Totally.
So, what's the power of learning objectivity? The way we teach it is like this whole reverse methodology. This is why I think it becomes more powerful than even just learning it in general, like learning mixing in a vacuum, learning mastering in a vacuum. But in particular, the way we teach it is powerful because we're teaching you to understand the end in mind, right? The end in mind perspective that allows you to reverse engineer your thought process and carve out the mistakes you've been making from your process to make the better choices all through the process. I think this is why people were able to take it so much further because they could understand what would make a great master in the end, what would make a great mix, what really works in music, what doesn't. And they're able to get really particular about how to formulate and craft this beautiful music to the point where they get to the master and now they're just able to enhance it and send it to the moon. That's the power of that reverse approach and the end in mind perspective. I think more people should learn mastering. I think it's an important perspective to have if you want to do this stuff. And I think it's a lot of the reason because before we started doing this, basically no one even teaches mastering. It was just something that these old gray hairs dudes did at the end of their, kind of careers when they got bored of everything else. I think we should all understand it and learn it. It was so powerful for me, and I've seen it powerful for other people. It unlocks your creativity. Also, if you're a mix engineer already, let me talk to you about the economy of mastering. Let's just talk about dollars and cents. This is something you should add to your offering as a mix engineer, and you shouldn't just throw it in. How many of you do mixes and then throw in a free master? It's just part of the mix, and you don't compartmentalize the processes. Are any of you mixers? Do you do that? One's in chat. You combine both. Got it. How many of you master in your mix session? Even more ones. I think you should compartmentalize these processes and even just offer and learn mastering and offer it as a standalone product. Let me tell you why. Mixing, and we get our students to the standard at least within the time of our program to get their mixing time down to about 4 to 6 hours per mix and charge at least $400 to $600 for it, which is a reasonable wage, a living wage of $100 per hour. You can live off that. It takes some time to get to that number, and $100 per hour is pretty good. But if you add mastering, see, mastering is probably the hardest thing to learn in some ways. You have to have the most specific skill. You have to have the best ears, and you have to get your room at a good level, and you have to understand the tools at a deeper level. But actually doing mastering, it doesn't take that long. Usually our students can master a track in 10 to 15 minutes, maybe a half an hour if they're a little slower, and there's nothing wrong with that. But in any case, if you're charging $75 to $100 per master, what your dollar per hour is $400 to $500 per hour. Do you see the money potential behind that? Once you learn the skill, it's actually your best dollar per hour. It's your best return on investment per anything that I do. Production, I may charge several $1,000s for a production, but how long does it take me? Weeks, maybe months, who knows? Mixing 4 to 6 hours for $100. Mastering is the least amount of time for a reasonably good price. So if you aren't adding that to your mixing or portfolio, if you don't offer it yet, I highly encourage you to separate those processes and even just offer mastering for people, because there's a lot of people that need that too. And a lot of people are getting sick of the AI masters and stuff. They want to work with a real human. And part of what you offer as a mastering engineer isn't just a master, but it's an experience. It's a
And mixed feedback.
it's a human interaction. It's mix feedback. It's how can I help you make your mix better so I can master it better. It's the one-on-one. It's the touch
Mm-hmm.
that matters to people. Anyway, I digress. Something to chew on, something to think about. I want to open your minds to those possibilities. So let's now move from mastering. Let's talk about mixing vocals. I want to give you one thought today about mixing vocals before we begin, because it's really the main thing that a lot of people don't understand about mixing vocals. It gets lost in translation, and I think it's the number one thing I see people doing to get a really great vocal sound. And it goes back to volume and gain. It's gain automation. A lot of people will get, pull a vocal up and they see that it's got some dynamic problems. It gets lost in the music. It comes out too much. And so they'll throw a compressor on there, right? Who just throws a compressor on there to solve those problems, or even something like Vocal Writer. That's great. But I think when it comes to the most important parts of our song, which is often vocals, right? Or maybe a guitar solo, um, we actually have an opportunity to be much more involved with the story that lead part is telling. We're able to sculpt it and finesse it in a way that's very important, I think. And so before we ever apply compressors or vocal writer, we need to make choices. We need to go through and use gain automation. There's several different ways to do this. There's clip gain, there's automation lanes like what's on the screen here.
I'm going to show you.
Choices, and we'll show you all this, of course. Make choices first and allow your compressors to even not have to work so hard. Let them be more subtle. You can see in this example on the screen, on the left-hand side, they've seen a big peak and they've gone in with gain automation. They've taken it down. That's pretty simple. But where the magic comes in, I think, is finding the words that are getting lost, bringing those up a little bit. And even especially, like if you see the far right move they did there, right after it says 2.7 dB, where they lifted up the tail end of that word because there was some intimacy there, hypothetically. You can find those like intimate moments, the way someone ended a phrase that a compressor isn't going to be thinking about. It's the details, exactly, Isai. Those details matter into to the immersiveness of the mix that you're trying to create. So going in there and making those choices, human choices, emotional choices that a compressor won't make, and then compressing is the magic that a lot of people are missing. And once you get good at it, it doesn't even have to take that long, but it's one of the most valuable things. Even if it takes you a little while, it's one of the most valuable things you could actually be doing for that song to end up sounding incredible. It's powerful stuff. And it all goes back to our most powerful tool, which is just gain and volume. What do you think of that, Jake? Is that true? Intention, exactly, Johnny. Is this resonating with you?
Makes a whole lot of sense to me, Caleb.
This is our chance as mix engineers to not just be robots, to tell a story, to get into the emotional side of things and make choices. And by the way, this is going to be something that AI can't do for a long time. I don't know how it would ever understand on a human level to do that stuff. That's why I think we're going to be valuable for a lot longer than people think. It's that human interaction, that human touch. So we're going to do this today. There's a lot of it to be done on this song. You're going to see Jake do it in probably multiple fashions. In fact, the person I learned this from said he does it, and I've seen it done by so many professional mixing. It's not just one person. Almost everyone in the industry is doing this. In fact, I would say probably everyone. But sometimes it's even a couple layers of it. You're doing clip automation, and then you're doing the fine tuning stuff like this. So there's like 2 layers, and then you're compressing to even just give it that last little bit of glue too. It's a beautiful process. Like, excited to get to watch that today with you, Jake. Oh my goodness. Tom Frampton. One's in
Hey
chat
guys,
for
how are we doing?
Tom. How you doing?
Very well, thanks, mate. How are you?
Glad you could hop on. We're just talking about gain automation on vocals, making intimate choices that are emotional instead of just letting your compressors do it.
That is one of the most important tips you can give anyone. Covering the good stuff here.
Yes, we are.
Love it.
We're giving the real secrets. Tom, do you want to introduce yourself to people who don't know?
Sure. Hi, guys. So I'm Tom. I started mastering the mix 8 or 9 years ago, and we make plugins for music producers. And we do a ton of educational stuff as well. And we love partnering with mastering.com because they're the best in the business when it comes to educational stuff. So here we are.
We appreciate that, Tom. We love what you guys do too. We were instant like kin, I think, when it came to our goals and values and ethos as companies and wanting to do good work and give back and be good people and not be the dark side of the industry, if you know what I mean.
Exactly.
Well, glad to have you here, Tom.
Thank you. I'm going to learn something. I'm ready.
Yeah. Really quick, we're going to dive into the demo. We're going to talk about this today. Uh, this is usually the part of the 3 days where I just take a second and tell you a little bit about what we do at mastering.com with our program. So if you could allot me a few minutes, I'd appreciate that for everybody. I just want to tell you, and there's been a lot of you have been asking about our programs, what we do, how it kind of works. So I just want to take a second, lay that all out for you, give you an opportunity to talk to us more if it's something you're into. I know a lot of you have been already know this information. Thank you for being patient while I express it. And also, I know a lot of you are kind of saving up or getting ready to come join us, which is awesome too. But it begs the question, like, why do we do these free challenges? Why do we give so much content on YouTube? Why do we have a whole website that's full of 10-hour courses that are free? Well, we really do care about bringing a ton of value to our communities. One of our core concepts that we talked about when we were formulating this company is giving a lot of value and giving the at-home producer, the at-home engineer, a community and a place to go where they don't have to feel so alone and they can get good information and not feel so lost in kind of the clickbaitiness of what exists out there in terms of learning. We care about that. We've all been in the industry. Everyone in this company has been in the industry for a long time, and we've seen both the good and bad side of things. And we don't want to be on the bad side of things. We want to bring some value, but we also do it because we want to find people who are a great fit for our flagship program, the Reverse Engineer. Plain and simple. We've found that, just having a link where someone can sign up doesn't do enough to tell us if they're ready to come learn in that level, whether they're a good fit for what we're trying to do, whether they even need us, whether we're a good fit for them. That doesn't happen. We'd much rather have a webinar like this, and we do a bunch of these where you can come see who we are, see what our values are as a company, see the way we teach, and see if you like it. And if it's for you, then there's an invitation to at least have a conversation to see if it would be a good fit for you. So what's our audio school all about? What's this reverse engineer situation? Well, we're not just starting a school or we didn't just start a school to start a school. It wasn't just like there needs to be another audio school, so let's make one. We saw problems that existed in the industry. And a lot of it comes from like Rob Mazes, for example, who's been doing this longer than just about anyone on YouTube. I mean, he was educating people 10 plus years ago on YouTube. And so we have a lot of experience about how that works, how to educate, what people need, how this modern trend of the at-home producer is affecting things. And we realized that there were some problems that haven't been solved very well that we could solve and do things better and do things right and help more people. One of the first problems is that a lot of university and other programs, really expensive ones even, are really outdated. And it's not because they're trying to be outdated or that they're bad or predatory or anything like that. I'm not saying that. It's the way that education works in our country. Maybe if you're in different countries, it's different, but in the US, it's very hard to update curriculum. You have to go through certification processes and curriculum processes that can take a year or two. So a lot of times people just don't do it, and they just stick with what they have instead of going through the red tape of changing things. But the music industry is a very rapidly changing, especially in the last 20 years, an incredibly rapidly changing force. I mean, things are so different than they were just 20 years ago, 10 years ago. And so I think a lot of these universities get adequated pretty quickly. It won't do you much good, for example, to go, and you could go spend $100,000 right now to go to a program, I'm thinking of it in my mind, where you could go learn to record to tape and run an SSL console board. I know this because I had a friend that did that and got out, got an internship, made coffee for the studio owners for a couple months, and then got a desk job because there was no work for him. And I've seen that be a common thread for a lot of people who went and did these types of things and got out and found that they didn't know where to go. They didn't know what to do. They found that there's like 5 SSL console boards anywhere around that people are even using. There's more than that, but you know what I mean? There's like only a few, and you're probably never going to use one. And so they give up on that dream, and that's sad for me, and they get the desk job and move on. That's a problem with the system that we could help change. The next thing is that YouTube is becoming less and less helpful. And again, I don't think this is me trying to be aggressive or attack anyone on YouTube. It's a nature of the beast type of problem in which the algorithms that promote YouTube videos are very much leaning towards clickbait titles, fancy images that attract the eye and have nothing to do with good content. There's no algorithm that's going through and saying, this is great content, I'm going to push this up the algorithm. So what happens is all these people have these flashy images and say 5 tricks or 5 tips that will win you a Grammy, or 5 tips that'll change your whole life. And you click on it and you learn a couple tips and tricks and you go try them and they kind of work and maybe they don't. And what you're really missing is the core foundation that would allow those tricks to be even useful in the first place. The real meat that needs to underlie all of the tips and tricks you would ever learn to make them useful to you. We're missing a lot of that. And I think what it causes people to do is get stuck at this like intermediate plateau where, you know, they're pretty good at what they do, but there's something really missing. They know there's something really missing. The people listening to their music, it's good, but they know something is missing. And it's because there's a reliance too much on the next plugin, the next preset, the next tip, the next trick, and there's not enough foundation and instinct to really go to that next level. This is something else we can solve. There's also this industry gatekeeping thing that happens. I don't know if you've been on these forums, Gearspace, and different places. There's a lot of good people with good intentions on there and a lot of good advice for sure, but I've seen so many times where what the answer ends up being to a simple question is like, well, you won't be able to get to that level because you don't have the gear, or you don't have the room, or you don't have the A to D converters. That's why your signal chain sounds bad. And it's like, what are you talking about? And I feel like there's almost this sad thing that's happening with all these people that spent so much money on this stuff that they get in there and they feel like they have to say that to make themselves feel better or something. I don't know what it is, but there's almost like this mindset that comes into people where instead of saying, I need the foundation, I need to learn deep skills, they say, my stuff isn't good because I don't have X and X hardware or compressor or A to D converters or this plugin that's expensive. That's why my stuff isn't good. That mindset, it's too easy for that to slip in and to think that that's the problem when it's not the problem. The problem is we haven't done the work yet to become totally professional, like a ninja at what we do. That's when the magic happens. And you've seen Jake, he's done these fix the mixes with stock plugins, free and stock plugins. Doesn't matter. He's done great mixes with both. He likes to show a lot of different stuff, but it doesn't It doesn't matter. And there's great plugins out there to have. There's great things that are useful. But to even know what's useful, you need to be able to do a mix with just stock and free stuff. I think it's in that moment that you actually know what you would need that could take it that extra 5 or 10%. Before that, you're just buying stuff and you're wasting money. Don't have a mindset that you're limited by the lack of things. It would be a lack of knowledge. And that is something we can help change. So the reverse engineer was born, and it really is a culmination of everything we learned over the last 10 years. And we poured it into really the most engaging and comprehensive program I think is available anywhere. You know, like Tom was saying, they even have a lot of great educational stuff over at Mastering the Mix, but they really respect what we're doing in terms of this broad, big, in-depth thing that would replace a university program. This is unique, and it's not something that a lot of people could even create because they haven't been doing it long enough to really understand what people need. We poured all of this ideology and everything we've learned. We listened to our students. We learned it from you to make something different and better and take a chance. It was so scary. I remember sitting in a room in New York and thinking about this reverse engineer concept and going, no one's ever taught it like this before. What if no one gets it? It was the also bravery on our part to do something different. And it works, thankfully. It works really well. So what is it? 2-year mentoring and training program. We make it 2 years so you have ample time that you could build it around your schedule. It doesn't take everyone 2 years. We're probably going to change this to a 1-year program soon because you don't really need 2 years. And there used to be a section of our program that took people a long time. Now it doesn't anymore because we've refined it and figured out a better process. And now it's going to be more of a 1-year thing. But this month it's still 2-year. I think it'll change maybe even next month. A 2-year mentoring and training program, but it's focused on not just a curriculum. It's not just videos. There's great videos. There's great lessons. There's all of that. But so much of it is the opportunity to have one-on-one mentorship. And it's actually daily opportunities for one-on-one mentorship in our program.
Multiple times a day now.
Yeah, we have multiple times a day sometimes.
This thing is a beast now.
Yeah, we have a lot of great mentors.
What have we done?
But as you're learning, what happens is if you're just watching YouTube videos or reading curriculum, there's stuff that gets missed. There's concepts that need to be refined. There needs to be opportunities for you to get feedback on your music, to have that pushback and that back and forth. And we really believe, and we will never steer away from this, doesn't matter what happens, that human touch, that mentorship is so important because it's been important to us in all of our careers. So you have that opportunity for one-on-one mentorship pretty much daily, if not daily, not the weekends maybe. We even have a Saturday call now. It's crazy. As well as a training platform that will take you through an entire curriculum that's designed to teach you that reverse thought process. We start with mastering. We teach you the end first. That's why we call it the reverse engineer. To reverse engineer the process into mixing and into production to unlock that creativity eventually. And it doesn't matter whether you want to be a mastering engineer, mixing engineer, or producer, or all three. I've found that people can take any one of those skills farther by understanding the entire process and how it connects together. So we only teach it as an entire process because we think that's what's going to get you to the next level. In our experience, that's what we've found. And then one of the things I'm most proud of actually is our active community. We have an incredible system set up where it's like this very active forum where people are talking to each other every day. There's private messages, there's a whole forum, there's comments, and people are interacting. And again, not just to, I think a lot of it is that helping people off an island and the mental health that comes from not feeling so isolated in this industry. But also what's happened is that a lot of these students have gotten really good. We have students that have gone on and worked for Disney, worked for major labels, worked for top tier artists, have been nominated for Emmys, all sorts of stuff. And the knowledge base alone is probably even more valuable than the mentorship in a lot of ways. Like we have ways that we can push you and help your mindset, but there's, in terms of actual girth of knowledge, the community is so helpful and incredible that you can go there and just really have the answers you need and the support you need. And I also love to see people that have gotten on there and started companies together and support each other that way, and friendships that have been built over time. We're doing our first in-person meetup later this year in Nashville at this really cool studio, and excited to just see all these wonderful students. Hundreds of students have come in and have worked with us. Some are currently working, and some have moved on to be industry professionals. Really proud of this, and there's a lot of support here if that's what you've been looking for. Again, we learn in reverse, the objective to the subjective. And if you want to break it down a little bit more, in particular, the 2-year full stack program, we're always updating the curriculum so that it's up to date with the times. As the industry moves, we move faster. I think of ourselves as the curve that other people are chasing because of the speed in which we're able to move. This is what sets us apart from, a university. We're able to move a lot quicker because of the way that we're structured to give you the most up-to-date stuff. Like, I'm working on a lot of AI stuff right now that could help people have the tools to work even faster. Not to do the work for you necessarily, but to help you do it better and faster. We're always going to be at the forefront of that. Daily live one-on-one mentorship, huge community. You also get into business training to help you get your first clients, if that's something you're interested in. Some of you are self-producing artists and you want to get bigger, we can help you with that too. But we want to get into the business side. And then we have these electives that are more specialized. If you want to get into sync, if you want to be an artist, we have a record label. If you want to get into sync, we own a sync licensing company. If you want to get into mixing and mastering for people, we have a platform where people submit mixes, masters that need to be done. We pass all that down to our students, and we pass all the money down to our students. We don't take that. We don't take any of that from them. All the sync deals, we pass that down to our students. The record deals, we pass that down to our students. We're not here to monetize on that. We're here to provide opportunities for people to get to the next level, and we want to pass all that down. We're just educators, and we want to help you get there. And it's all built to be flexible around your schedule. So if you have a family, if you have a job, if you can put in half an hour, hour a day, most days, you'll probably complete this in about a year and have another year to just fine tune with mentorship. And if it takes you a little longer, there's plenty of time. These are the mentors we have. Everyone from Rob Mazes, he actually works with the students directly. I work with all the students directly as director of education. I'm mentoring every week. I love mentoring. We have big, long mentoring sessions. We have feedback sessions every week. We have Jake. We have Kevin McCloskey, who's a multi-platinum mix engineer based in Charlotte, North Carolina, Grammy nominated. He worked with DaBaby and a bunch of other cool people. Dane Holmes, who's been in the industry for a long time. Dane and Chris there are like our production gurus, incredible sound design, incredible orchestrators, all things production to take your productions to the next level. Really great mentorship. Everyone loves what they do. Everyone's really passionate about helping the students. Yeah, I'm really proud of the team we built there. And our newest mentor, Rob Shoestack, he's going to be doing the Sync webinar next week. If I had a really hard time fitting his credits on the screen, there were so many. You can see he's done everything from A&R to director of film and TV and ads, overseeing multiple companies, Nirvana, Hall & Oates, Aerosmith, senior creative director. He's worked with all those companies, MLB, MTV, NBC, ABC, CBS. I mean, he's just kind of done it all. He runs our Sync elective and helps students with the Sync stuff. And you'll see next week if you come to the Sync thing, he is a powerhouse. The students really love Rob and what he's doing. I always end with this. It's not magic. Why do I say that? I am not selling you a promise. I'm not selling you an idea other than it's going to require hard work and dedication and passion to do this. It's not magic. It's your hard work, and we support you in your hard work, but you're the one who shows up. You're the one who does the work. You're the one who pushes yourself. And I will say, If you're not passionate about this, if it's not something you care deeply about, music, it's probably not for you, because it's not easy to push yourself to the levels to get to where you need to go unless you have a bunch of passion behind you. That's why it needs to be a good fit for us. We want to find the people who are ready, who are passionate about this. And when that happens, it becomes pretty magical. There's something that happens there that's very unique. And who I want to speak to right now are not necessarily those of you who are not passionate about this, who it's just kind of a fun thing. That's fine. Keep coming to these, keep learning, keep growing, keep making music. Music's a beautiful thing. But for those of you who have been feeling stuck and probably even torn, there's a lot that happens with fear. There's a lot that happens with self-belief. I think for people, am I good enough to go to the next level? There's a devil and an angel on the shoulders saying I am and I'm not. There's a voice in the back of the head that says, maybe it's time I should invest in myself and really do this. And there's another one saying, maybe I'm not good enough. Maybe it's a waste. I am speaking to you in particular. If you stop listening to the voice that pushes you towards the things you're passionate about, you don't end up happy, and the voices go away. They stop coming because we've quieted them for a long time. And for those of you who have that voice in the back of your head that says, maybe it's time I take a risk, take a step, I'm willing to work hard, I'm passionate about this, you should come have a conversation with us to see if we can come to an agreement about helping you move forward. Let's talk about what it costs and all that. Our program's $100,000. No, it's not. Full sale. I put these up. I'm not trying to be mean, but these are expensive numbers. And I've had a lot of people who've gone to these programs. And again, I'm not trying to bash, but my sad experience is I've had a lot of students who've gone and done these. I literally, if it's students who said, I spent $100,000 on my music education and got nowhere. And I've learned more in a few months here with you. Thank you so much. I keep those in a private folder on my phone because that's just like the greatest thing I could ever hear. You don't need to spend that much to get to where you want to go. Our 2-year full stack mentorship is just $7,800. Break that down monthly, it's not a lot. So we want to make it reasonable for people. We know you're musicians, we know you're artists. Some of you may not have a lot. We want to make this attainable for everyone who has that voice, who feels the passion to go forward. We want to make it accessible for you. So how does it work? We don't have a sales page where you can sign up. We just want to talk to you if you feel that way and you're interested. So you got to book a consultation. I have an incredible team, very friendly people. They've all been in the program. They know how it works. They love what we do. They're passionate about this, and they're not there to sell you anything. They're there to talk to you about your goals and your vision and to see if we would be a good fit for you. If you have some time, if you have some money to invest in yourself, then you should book a call to consult with us. Book a consultation. We'll decide if it's mutually a good fit. There are payment plans. We have multiple different scenarios, both in-house and out of house, depending on what you need to do. You'd want to have at least some extra every month, certainly. But then you can enroll and start learning right away. That's what's fun. There's no wait. You can start learning right away. You can start learning today. That's my spiel. Tom, I don't know if you want to say anything, or Jake, I don't know if you want to say anything. I'm here to answer some questions for a minute for people.
Yeah, honestly, I think the most questions we get like right off the bat, are there payment plans? Hop on a call and we'll figure it out with you. You know, if this is something that's really kind of like connecting with you and it's the right time for you right now and you have questions about payment, we'll work with you on that kind of stuff. So just if you're curious about any of that stuff, just book the call, have the conversation.
Thanks, Quaver Love. I am passionate about this. After the 2 years, you can continue working with us, and it's actually a reasonable, like, monthly fee to continue to do that.
I wasn't going to say much, but I just want to say that that was it's really interesting when you lay it all out like that and you compare it to not only the expensive cost, but also the cost of doing something that didn't really work out for so many people. And I've spoken to a lot of people in a similar situation that have gone to these colleges and had negative experiences. Not always bad, of course, but when there's something that's you know, much better value, much more focused, working with the right people who genuinely have your best interest in mind. There really isn't anything better. So, great.
Yeah, and this is where education's going. I mean, everything's kind of turning into more focused. Uh, you don't have to come and do a bunch of history and math electives to learn this stuff. It's more, it's like what the data science and computer programming and all that. So it's all boot camps now. It's all programs like this instead of doing the traditional. I think everything's kind of going this way more and more. I think education traditionally is dying a bit. What would the monthly cost be? I mean, it's going to be in the few hundreds, probably at least. Um, but there are a bunch of different plans, so I can't say, and it depends on whether you do in-house with us or if you do a external. So you just want to book a call and have that conversation with them. There's no pressure to sign up. There's no pressure to sign up right now. If you want to build a game plan to move towards in the future, you can totally do that. How do we book a call? There's a link in the chat. We also have it up on the screen there, mastering.com/TRE. No senior discounts, but we have a lot of people. I love it. We have a lot of young people. We have a lot of middle-aged people. We also have a lot of like people who are at the twilight, I'd say, of their life. They're kind of in retirement era, and music's always something that they wanted to do. And they have these like catalog of things and ideas that they've always wanted to get out, and they're struggling with the technical part and everything else. I love working with those people because it's just like a passion project at that point. You know what I mean?
I wanted to jump in and say there's lots of people that had said thank you for levels in the chat here. I'm seeing it, and you're welcome. I hope you guys get a ton of value from it. And if you do need any help or you have any questions, just feel free to give us a shout through our online chat or on our website. We're here to help. So you're welcome, guys. Thank you.
Thanks, Truls. We don't have our students always come to we don't tell our students to come to these events, but a lot of them do anyway because they're sick people that have no lives.
Gluttons, gluttons for punishment.
Gluttons for punishment.
Just as nerdy as we are.
Yeah, the value's too good. Come on.
They are fun. One's in chat if you're already in the program.
We.
Nice. A lot of you.
Sick.
Any other questions before we move on? You help us find work? We do. In the end, we can do that with our elective programs. Again, we have platforms for helping, whether it's sync or artists or mix and mastering engineers. Where are we based? All over the world, from Oxford, UK to Springville, Utah to Nashville, Tennessee to Rochester, New York, everywhere. Yeah, Devon's got some things that are going to take him away for now. What is in-house versus external? In-house payment plans versus just like there's some companies that finance specifically like education programs, and we're partnered with them. Some of them, those would, they're just kind of different things. Sometimes they have longer terms and there's interest involved, and some of our in-house stuff can be either low interest or no interest. So it just depends on what you need to do. Questions?
I see Martin asking about the mastering contests. So we've paused those for now because they were very popular and we decided that we wanted to create something that was a bit cooler. So we're working on something that we can't wait to share with you guys. Rob is in on this one as well, Rob from mastering.com. So we'll be bringing it to you hopefully by the end of the year, but we're working on something cool.
Ooh. Nice open loop.
Last questions.
That's a jazz bass. Somebody asked what's that bass next to me. It's a jazz bass. This is a 7-string.
7-string jazz bass.
No.
Come on.
The 4-string jazz bass on the wall over here. This is 7-string, just 7-string
How
guitar.
low do you want to go with that one? Come on.
I'm looking at 8 strings right now.
Yeah, Paul, Mad Records is our record label, and it's for our students to learn. It's a really cool concept. I'd have to break it all down for you, but it's a really cool opportunity to learn like real industry stuff behind the scenes of a real running record label. So it's pretty cool. All right. I think we got the question. So what I want to do now, we're going to take a 5-minute break to allow you to go to mastering.com/TRE. We like to get these all booked out. There's a limited number of slots, so we need to see kind of how many people sign up. A lot of times we need to open some more slots. So we'll just have you guys go and do that right now. No, we're going to dive into the demonstration here in a minute. We will continue in just a moment.
Yeah, just a few minutes for those of you who do want to book calls. We're going to give you a few minutes to do that, okay? And then we'll jump into this, these vocals here.
And thank you for letting me share my passion with y'all.
Yeah.
No pressure either way. If it's not for you, get education somewhere, keep learning, keep growing, keep coming back to this free stuff. There's a lot of value here. But if you need that hands-on thing, that's what we're here for.
Cool. I'm gonna get this session set up. I'll be back.
Thanks, Lewis. You're drawn to my timbre, huh?
We all are.
Thanks, Tom. As anyone, I think pretty much everyone kind of is annoyed by their own voice, right, when they hear it. So I
It's
don't.
the worst. Nothing worse than hearing your own voice if you have some kind of interview. Or the first time I heard it, I listened back and I was dreadful.
Yeah,
That's the painful moment when everyone gets their first microphone.
yeah, my majestic beard. Oh my God, you guys are so nice.
I love my own voice.
I love my own voice.
Jake, is your voice your ringtone? Like, Jake, someone's calling you. Or is it your morning wake up call?
Jake, wake up. It's Jake.
Hi,
Morning,
Jake.
Jake. It's you.
It's me,
So
Jake.
Jake has my voice as his morning ringtone.
Get ready to conquer the day.
Time for mentor meeting, Jake. Wake up.
I do have an AI version. Caleb made this mistake. I do have an AI version of Caleb's voice.
That is amazing.
I did a really legit one. I paid to do it, and I had to send him like 4 hours of my voice, and it took him weeks to like AI generate it. It's pretty accurate, and I did make the mistake of giving that to Jake.
How did he misuse it?
I don't know what
I've been firing people like crazy.
He's made me say some things I would never say.
That's so good.
Never say. In the middle of meetings, he'll just play it through the audio. All right, you wonderful people. And any last questions you have? We'll go about 2 more minutes and we'll jump in. Yeah. So is this really Caleb on the call?
Someone's asking how I got into building plugins. So I'm going to tell the short version of the story, but it's quite interesting. I am a mixing and mastering engineer now. I focus more on mastering. And about 9 years ago, I had an idea for a plugin. That plugin was Levels. Actually, it's the one you guys are getting free with this call.
Cool.
So I put a post on a forum saying, does anybody want to do this with me? This is going to be a nothing project. I don't have anything else going on. Like, we're going to just try and make something that's cool and that will help lots of people. I had one reply, and I met up with this guy that I met on a forum. We had a cup of tea in Victoria Station in London, and that was it. We started making this plugin. It took us about a year to make levels slowly because we were both doing other stuff on the side, and it just took off. And that was it. And so I'm kind of like the ideas guy, and he's the coder guy. And we've been working together now for 9 years, and we just have lots more plugins planned for the future. So that's kind of how it all started. So we're a tiny company, and we're just a couple of guys having some fun, trying to make things, trying to make tools that genuinely help people. So yeah, that's how we started. But unfortunately, I'm not the coder brains. I'm just the product concept ideas guy.
We could try to use levels today. I don't know if Jake knows it. If he does, we could. I'm so interested in making plugins too, Tom. I wish I had time for that maybe someday. I have some ideas.
Yeah, it's a fun. I think if this is where my ideas come from because I'm mastering every day. I I have so many itches to scratch, and so you have to think about, what is the best way to solve this problem? What do I really want? And that evolves all the time. You go from you have kind of like a method in your mind, and you guys, making these courses really have the ideas of methods in them, like what do you need to go from A to B, and how do you streamline that process? How do you streamline it, make it smart, keep it creative, keep people in the driving seat. So, for example, with levels, I mean, we can go into it. We might go into it here, but that was designed to be a metering plugin that kept people in their creative flow because metering plugins are boring and confusing. So we wanted to create something that only kind of jumps into the creative process if necessary. So it's got 6 sections, and one will flash red if you need to give that attention. If it's all green, you can just keep on making music. So that was kind of the whole concept there. That's how we started with that one. In terms of, I think there's a couple of questions about um, immersive stuff. We are working at the moment on multiple channel stuff. So yeah, it's all coming. It's all coming.
That's cool. Also, a couple people have said they downloaded the levels plugin and it keeps asking them to purchase it. Tell them where they're going wrong.
Okay. So when you go through the steps, so just click the link, go through the steps, you'll get emailed a license code. In the top right corner of the plugin, there's a little key icon. It's next to reset and the settings cog wheel thing. Just click that little key icon and you'll get a little box where you can put the key in. If you have any problems, go to our website. There's a little chat feature that will walk you through it.
Awesome.
Yep.
Are you going to stick around for a while, Tom? What's your plan?
How long is the how long have you guys got left on the call?
So
Maybe
long.
a couple more hours, probably.
Yeah, a couple more
Just
hours,
getting
really.
started. We're just getting
All
started.
right. I probably have about half an hour or so.
Cool.
Yeah.
Well, get some fun stuff. All right. Demo time for sure. Thanks for booking calls. A lot of you have done so. That's really great. I'd love to see that passion. We'll talk and see if it's a good fit, and if not now, down the road. Again, thanks for letting me talk to y'all for a minute. So over to Jake.
Awesome. You guys ready to go? Give me 234,666 in the chat if you're ready. Wow. I'm seeing a lot more commas today. Well done.
Well done.
Done, folks. Really impressive. Oh, should we do another joke
Still
here?
trying to book a call. Hey, real quick, I want to make sure. Is anyone having a problem booking a call
Yeah, that wanted to.
that wanted to? No? One's in chat if you're having trouble booking a call. Clifton, you're having trouble? Can you let me know what the problem is? I don't want to close down the. Jack says I'm just slow.
Yeah.
Had to
Look
start
at
over.
Les says
Okay,
I
so it's
booked.
not on our end. It's just you're still working on it. It kicked you out. Oh, I'm sorry, man. Let me know. Anyone who has a problem, just let me know before we shut down the booking. Well, I guess we'll leave it open for the replay when it gets sent out. But just let me know if you have any problem. Yeah, Cliff,
any
definitely
issues.
try again. You've been great. in
Sometimes they book them up too. You know what I mean? Sometimes you guys just book them up and we have to open more slots. So just let us know if you're having any trouble, okay?
Right on. Yeah.
Before we get started here, we were talking about vegetables before. Right? You know, my number one is Brussels sprouts. My number two is like a really good green bean. Tom, what would you say your favorite veggies are? Just 1 and 2 slots. Just curious.
Carbonara, that stuff you put in the microwave and it's like really crispy, kind of like kale stuff. The good kale. There's some really bad kale, but there's also some really good kale.
Okay, good.
I'm gonna go cucumber as well.
Oh,
Hmm.
a good
So
dipper.
refreshing.
That's a good dipper.
The good dipper. Cucumber, carrots, peeled nicely with a bit of hummus. Can't go wrong.
Got it. Good. Yeah, somebody says very British. Fair.
Is if you put them in pims. Yes.
There you go.
Yeah.
There you go. What vegetable should you never bring on a boat?
Goodness.
A leek.
Oh, there it is.
I like the response durian. And then you won't be able to stand to be on the boat. That's just nerdy. Yours is a joke.
Somebody says you don't have to do this, Jake. We love you no matter what. Yeah. Yeah, I don't
Someone
tell you.
told me that cucumber is a fruit or vegetable. Google says usually considered a vegetable, but it contains flowers and seeds, so it's botanically a fruit. So I was completely wrong. I knew that was dangerous area, and someone was going to get me on that. So
Oh,
There's
I'll have to
always
be
that
sharper
person.
next time.
There's always that botany major in there that's like, actually.
actually.
And I do that about music, so I'm fine with that.
Yeah.
All right, let's do this thing, Jake.
All right, fine. So this is where we're at. You guys should see the DAW. You guys see the DAW, okay? Seeing it? Seeing it? Cool. And then this is where we ended up yesterday. I'm gonna play a little bit, guys. Just let me know in the chat that you can hear this okay. Gonna check these levels now. Okay, that is without vocals. Today is a so we've got all these vocals to touch today. Who's excited? I'm excited. We're gonna make this thing sound super polished. Now, when we listen to these vocals, we're gonna just do a listen through here, maybe up through the first chorus. Pay attention to these vocals. What do you hear? We're just observing right now. Just listen. What are we hearing?
Carry on until you fall to pieces. Carry on till you're stumbling, half dead. On to the warrior's end. You can do it. This time it's different. This time you'll find it's worth it. If you can change the world. Tragic in
we need?
I'm seeing a lot of words here. But I'm not seeing the one that I really want to see. Maybe I've seen 3 people get it. Yeah, now I'm starting to see more. Now it's starting to come in.
There's quite a few things to do here. There's some editing work. You gotta tune it. We need to align it better with the, or we need to align the backing tracks better. But also, did you hear how much the vocal was coming in and out of the mix? Times where it was too loud, times where it was too quiet. This is that part I was talking about earlier. This is our opportunity to really get in there and finesse the vocal to be really magical.
There it is from Justin. That's the word that I'm looking for.
Consistency.
A little bit more consistency. Words that are popping out of the mix. Words that are getting lost in the mix. Right. This is exactly what Caleb was talking about. We're going to do this process right now. Let's jump in. We listen to this vocal.
Carry on until you fall to pieces.
What part of that phrase kind of dips below the mix? Pieces. Yeah, you guys are on it. You guys are with me.
Carry on until you fall to pieces. Carry on till you stop.
So what do? Your instinct might be to just like toss a compressor on it. I found that going in here with just a manual touch is a great way to do this, so that the vocal just kind of sounds more natural. Just ends up sounding more natural. And then we use compression a little bit lighter, right? And you don't get as many of those artifacts as if you were to kind of like really smash this thing with compression, right?
Carry on until you fall to pieces.
Did you guys catch that? I'm going to actually mute the dub right now. All we did here was take the clip and adjust it. That's it. All we did.
Carry on until you fall to pieces.
Crazy, right? Here's the before.
Fall to pieces. Fall to pieces.
Versus.
Carry on until you fall to pieces. Carry.
Hear the difference? You with me? No, I just did that by just eye, which you can easily just kind of go through and do. You can do this kind of like clipping things out and then crossfading things. And this is going to look a little bit different depending on which DAW you're in, right? Crossfade your little pops and clicks at all your edit points. Fine, easy enough. These days, I've been doing this a little bit differently. Instead of that method, I've actually been using a gain plugin to write in all my automation. The reason I do that is for like tail ends of words where you can like ramp up or ramp down, have more of a slope in your automations rather than just strict cuts and like edit points. You'll see what I mean as we kind of go through this. We'll have some practical examples here. But I'll toss just a, standard gain plugin on the channel and move through and just make the change, listen to the phrase, make sure I didn't push it too far one way or the other.
Carry on until you fall to pieces.
I would actually get this word here also.
Carry on until you fall to pieces.
Done. On to the next. That's it. And we're going to do this for all the leads, all the lead vocals, right? So we've got this verse lead, and then we've got chorus leads. We're just going to go through here. That's the concept. I'm going to spend the next few minutes kind of just showing you. Example, just cooking away here. Okay. You guys with me? Yep. Not moving too fast. We got a lot to cover today, so I am going to skip along a little bit. Cool. Let go. All right. Let's cook.
Fall to pieces, carry on till you're stumbling, have to
I'll just take this area down a little bit.
carry on till you stumble.
And a little bit of this guy. I don't want to bring this up.
Carry on till you're stumbling, half dead, onto the wall.
Get a little bit closer in here. It's the detail work.
Carry on till you're stumbling, half dead, on.
So something like this is an opportunity for me to bring out the tail end of that vocal, like a little bit more of that character that kind of trails off. Just kind of ramp that up a little bit.
Half dead.
There's a lot of emotion, character in the tail end of that word that I want to bring to the forefront here, right? Nah, there's wavering happening there. There's emotion, and I don't know. I want to highlight it. I want it to pop through a little bit more. So I'm just going to kind of gradually ramp that up. That's something you can't really do with the clip gain method, right? If you wanted to do that with clip gain, you'd have to go like chop it out here and then chop it out here and then chop it out here. Basically as if it was like, you know, like sample rate, like, right? And like kind of like bringing it into like all these little tiny little slices. Why do that when you can just use a plugin, right? Make sense?
Onto the warriors and you can do it. Dead. Onto the warriors and
I might just take care of this peak a little bit here.
onto the onto the warriors and you.
Same idea here. I think there's like some cool character in the tail end of this vocal that I might just want to like draw a little bit more attention to. Let's listen to that.
Onto the warriors and
And end. It's kind of annoying me a little bit.
onto the warriors and you.
Cool.
Warriors and you can do it.
Where does do it go? Where is it going? It's getting buried. I'm going to mute the rest of these backing vocals so that we can really focus on that lead. Wow, 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 wow.
You can
Do it. Where is it? Let's nab it. So first I'm going to bring that whole section up and then I'll pay attention to like these tails.
you can do it.
Right? Getting lost. Let's help it get found.
Can do it.
Get it.
This time is different.
Coming in strong on this. We're gonna get real picky.
This time, this.
So here's what's interesting.
This time is.
And I'm gonna bring this down just a touch. I'm doing all of this by ear right now.
This time is different.
Just instinct, ear.
This time is different. This time is different. And this time is different.
What is that?
Different.
Something is somewhere. Hear that, Tom? What is that?
Play it again. Let's have a quick listen.
On the second syllable of different.
Time is different. This
Well,
Hear
it's
that?
like a harmony song somewhere.
That's what it sounds like.
time is different.
I think it's in a.
If you just solo the original track that it's on, was it one of those? Did it come through on one of the guitars?
I think so.
Let's have a listen.
I think
No.
that's.
Go on.
Yeah.
If you mute it, is that
I
what's
think-
coming through?
I think that's fighting with the vocal.
That is funny.
Ready? There we go.
Let's hear it.
I'm gonna play it once and then I'm gonna mute it once.
This time is different. This
Yeah, yeah. God, I thought it was backing
time
vocal.
is different. This
So what would you do? Would you actually just take that out?
You know? I don't know. We can do a few different things here. Mute it all together, gain it down, or
Automate, ramp it up.
separate it.
Yeah.
Let's try that first. This is what I'm thinking. So we'll use a little Haas delay effect here. We'll have 0, no delay on the left side, and then we'll delay the right side by like 20 milliseconds. And get that out of the center and over into the sides of the mix and see if that conflicts with the vocal the same way or like kind of fights with it in the same kind of way. Let's see.
This time is different. This time you
Sounds more like a guitar now, at least, but there's still it takes the attention away from the vocal.
exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly. It's just grabbing. It's just yanking on you. So
If the vocal's going to be the main focus, knocking it out of the mix is probably the quickest, easiest way to solve the problem. And when you've been doing mixing and mastering a long time, generally speaking, the quickest way is what you tend to lean towards. But it's worth giving it a good try to see what works best.
agree. Does that sound familiar? What Tom just said about efficiency?
Talking about efficiency, though, I have to say this technique of going through and automating every single vocal utterance is probably the best bang for buck you can get in terms of time investment in your tracks. It really is. Like, a lot of things can be automated and you can do things quickly doing this and that and whatever. This is so worth the time that you put in, even if it takes an hour, 2 hours, 3 hours. This is what will elevate. This is the foundation you need to set to really get like an amazing sounding vocal.
Yeah. 100%.
Says it's also therapy, and I totally agree. I find it very therapeutic. It's also the magic, and it feels cool to do.
Magic. Someone said no compressor can do this. That is 100% correct. The thing is, when you do this, you can then put a compressor on top, and then the compressor sounds so much better. So
Does its job better.
it does its job better.
Totally. Any of that stuff, especially for folks who have been coming to these for a little while, does any of that sound familiar?
Tom is speaking my language right now.
Somebody actually sent me a joke to tell. Somebody messaged me a compressor joke. Why did the compressor go to the doctor?
Tell us.
Had a soft knee.
Okay.
I don't hate it. I don't hate the joke.
All right. I'll take that one. I'll take that one.
Moving on.
The bar is low,
Moving on.
but I'll take that one.
Bar is low.
It's different. This time you
Yeah, listen how much better that sounds, guys. Like, as soon as we just take that guitar out of the mix, just that one note.
this time is different. This
It's great. No fighting.
time is different. This time you'll find it's worth it.
Back a little bit, roll it.
This time is different. This time you'll
I'm gonna take this down a little bit.
this time you'll find
I'm gonna handle these transients manually. Take this down also. I think I'm gonna get a little aggressive there.
this time you'll find it's worth it.
Handle this one manually as well. See how much I can get away with.
This time you'll find it's worth it.
Find what is worth it? Find what? I think it's its.
I
Right?
think it's
That's why we do this.
Time you'll find it's worth it.
Amazing. It's fascinating. This is such a game-changing technique for me. I think I learned it from the same person you learned it from, Caleb.
You'll find it's worth it.
Who consults? Who consults for us now?
It's true.
You'll find it's worth it.
And the tail end of that word, worth it. Just bringing out the character, right? Compressor's not going to do that. Just you get to choose. You get to choose. You know, in a very musical way, you get to decide what gets brought up and what gets, you know, what gets the attention and what doesn't.
If you can change. If you can change the world.
Ooh, what do we do over here? What did Jake do here? Wake up, Jake. Time to conquer the day.
If you can change the
Let's bring that down.
If you can change the
Okay, so here we can actually affect the performance, right? As if, so right now the vocalist is just pushing air towards the end of the word rather than evenly pushing that air throughout the word. And it's giving us this effect, change, right? We can actually affect that here and make it sound like that vocalist is pushing air evenly.
You could totally do a tune. You could tune before you did this process. It doesn't matter.
I would tune. I would do timing. I would do it in this order: timing, tuning, and then do this.
Mhm.
Right? I'm just assuming these are all, you know, these are all at the like edit stage, right? I might throw like, honestly, I might throw a little bit of like auto tune on here.
Yeah, you
I-
throw
I-
throw Antares on there or something.
I don't usually do, unless a client purchases that package.
If you can change the world. You can change the
Hear the difference in that vocal? Now we've got a nice smooth change.
You can change the
We could probably even a little bit more.
You can change the world.
Massive, right? We've just altered the performance. Here. Listen.
Can change the can change the can
Oh, even.
can change the
With me?
I'm with you, Jake.
This music production stuff is literally just lots of tiny steps in the right direction. And this is one of them.
Millions.
Same
Millions.
Millions of decisions and
Millions
tiny.
of minor movements.
Yeah, exactly.
This is why the reverse engineer works too, because it's the same tools.
Yeah.
Mastering tools are pretty much mixing tools or pretty much sound design production tools. Just get really good at them. And you're
That's actually a common mistake that people make is moves that are too big.
Yep. Totally. Bless you, I think.
I'm muted, but thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you, Berlin.
Let's listen to this.
if you can change the world.
Yeah, beginning of that word. Wavery in terms of the tuning.
Change the world.
Caleb, not Caleb, Jake, there's something that I'm hearing. Just quickly, if you jump back a couple of there, you see where you got 0 just next to, yeah, that's that one. That 0, I feel like it's coming in a little bit too early and it makes a little bit of a clipping sound. If you solo it, just because it's quite that's the loudest,
Change the world.
it just like plinks up a
Bubble.
little bit.
Bubble.
That one's a tricky one. Yeah, exactly. I think that's going to fix it.
Yep. Bubble. Good catch.
Can change the world.
Nah, might be an edit in the vocal. Or
Maybe.
this. Or this.
I'm hearing
cut.
something.
Might be that crossfade there.
Yeah, might be the crossfade.
Something's going on.
Let's take the crossfade out.
Yes, Adam, they're HD 800Ss.
Let's see what that does.
There was a crossfade on there, so it's weird that it was still struggling.
I just moved it.
Yeah.
Let's see.
If you can change the world.
Ah, I think it's a comp.
It is a comp. It wasn't the crossfade.
You can change the world.
We can minimize it, but we can't take it away. Not at least in this process.
And change the world.
There you go.
Yeah.
You can hide it.
And just to, just to make sure.
Change the world.
Hear it.
Change the world.
Here's the comp right there.
And change the world.
I think we're gonna have to just either live with it or we can dig a little bit deeper and
That's another part of this process because you go through every single syllable of the vocal. You're going to find things that you might have missed in earlier parts. And with it being, the front and center most important part of the track, you're going to hopefully be able to find all these tiny little issues and iron them out. So it's a great opportunity to do that.
Oh man, totally. Forces
So
you
what you're saying, it's basically a comp that didn't align so well. Okay.
Yep, a bubble in the comp.
Yeah.
If you can change the world.
Right there. So let's go back. Let's go back here. And maybe there's a little bit of creative editing we can do, or we can just decide, hey, is it gonna live there? It's gonna live in the mix. Is it gonna take away in context with everything else?
Change the world.
See where it is.
Change the world.
I think it's right.
It's right in that dead space almost.
Yeah, right there. And I don't even know
Change the world.
what that answer is. What we can do is maybe Man, even if we, I can cut and stretch maybe.
Change the world, change the world, change the world.
Let's see.
There might be another change too somewhere because this is a chorus,
So I
right?
think-
Yeah, it's a pre-chorus. Let's see.
Is there another pre-chorus you can steal from?
See.
Change the world is broken. Words won't break me. The words won't break me. But in this moment, the world
We got to run it through AI and reprint the vocal. That's it. That's the only option.
change the rhetoric changes mindsets. Force-fed ears will change the world. Change the world.
It's a bubble.
Try one little thing. I'm curious.
Yeah.
Try a really small cut right in the canyon of the peak between the words there.
Nice. I think that's it.
I think it might be that.
If I had to guess. Oh no. Let's find it. Something like that. Like a really well, steeper probably.
Even steeper and maybe narrower.
Yeah. Oh man, it's just gonna cut out though.
Change the world.
Oh,
Change the world.
that was it. Nailed it. Good job, Caleb.
All right. See you guys. I'm out.
Later. End on a high note. That's good for you.
Change the world.
Nope, it's still there. Who else heard it? I heard it that time.
Change the world.
Much less though.
Yeah, I think we can scooch it over a little bit.
Change the world. Change the world. Change the world.
There it is. Getting it. Finesse.
Change the world.
Hey,
I'll do that. I'll
That's
take
done.
that.
isn't it?
Yeah, I'll take that.
And again, in the context of the mix, that's going to sound buried at that point.
Oh yeah.
Change the world. Change.
Smooth as butter. Me likey. Good job, Caleb. Oh, he's back.
Yeah, I'm back. Here I am.
Guys, I'm going to have to bounce. It's been an absolute pleasure. You guys are learning from the best. This is the real good stuff. So, and thank you for everyone who has downloaded that levels and trying it out. Cheers, guys. I see you guys on the comments. Great to digitally meet you all. And Caleb and Jake, it's always a pleasure to hang out, guys. You guys are smashing it. It's so good. And be around.
Saying
Yeah.
again soon.
Thanks, Tom.
Bye,
It's
guys.
always
Have
good
fun.
hang. We'll talk to you. Peace.
Bye. Bye.
One's in chat for Tom, even though he's gone.
One's in chat for Tom.
Yeah, he's such a cool
One of the
dude.
good guys, folks. He's one of the good guys. No doubt.
Yep. Always a fun time.
It's like an 83 Challenger driving by. That little edit we just made was like an 83 Challenger restored perfectly with purple carpet on the inside. It just drove by. That's what I felt like when I just watched that.
And that's not like it's funny because I hop on like client calls and stuff like that, right? It'll be and you know, often there's an educational piece here. If I'm working with an artist and who we're on a Zoom call together and we're running through a session and I'm doing something in terms of editing or something like this, and this kind of move will just scare the crap out of people. They'll be like, what is this? Like, what are you doing? You know, or if I'm taking a note and instead of stretching it, I'm actually just copying out a section of the note and looping it over and over and over again. It's these kind of moves. It doesn't matter how it looks. It matters how it sounds, right? I think we said it yesterday. It's not how the sausage is made. Nobody cares about that.
Might even have been a 73 Challenger.
It might have.
73. Might have been a 73. I really enjoyed it is what I'm saying. That was great. I love
Yeah.
that.
No, yeah. Yep.
You can
Yeah, it was awesome. It was a great teachable moment because I don't think we've fixed a comp like this on an FTM ever in this fashion, in this way. You know,
can change the world.
that needs some tuning there.
Oh, it needs some tuning.
Change the world. Change the world. You can change the world.
And I think I might even out the beginning of that a little bit.
The world. Change the world.
And let's just bring up kind of like the tail end of this a little bit, if that's okay. Is that okay? I don't know who I'm asking. There it is. I'm gonna maybe just a little bit more. Right? We're just missing all of this stuff in the beginning here. This would be part of the package, Tony. I include this as a part of my mixing process. I include, you know, volume automating the vocal as a part of like a mixing package. At what point would you charge more? When tuning and aligning vocals is involved, because vocal tuning is like this process times 10, basically. If you're gonna hand tune everything with Melodyne, every single note, then it's you know, this process times 10, and it's just way more time. And I have to charge for that, something like that. I just have to, otherwise I can't feed, you know, can't feed my family.
I always say that if you've been on before, you've heard me say it, but I always say if I can apply like Antares and not do hand tuning, I'll do that. And that's when I think the vocal is ready, actually. Like if you can't sing it to that standard, you should probably just keep practicing.
Dude, Revoice and Vocal Line are game changers. So like the plugins like that,
You're probably going to do some vocal line today, aren't you?
I don't know if we'll dig that deep. We got a lot to do today.
Those backups, those doubles anyway. Seems like need them pretty good.
I you know, here's my thought on those. Maybe we work out the, you know, the panning first on the doubles. I'm going to spread those out to the sides. I'm not going to keep those right up the center. So if they're not a problem when they're spread out to the sides, I won't touch them. But if they still kind of stuttery and kind of like stepping on each other, I don't think we really have a choice. We just
Almost
got
like you want to use your most powerful tool first or something.
the simplest solution to the problem first. Yeah. Most powerful tool. Yeah. Imagine that.
If you can save us all.
That save too, right? Like wavery.
Save us all.
Not just in pitch, but again, we're the way that the air is being pushed through.
Can save us. You can save. Save us all.
That's gonna tighten up with tuning though.
Can save us all.
Let's get this cute peak.
I had a really challenging mix that a student was working on. He could not get his de-essers to solve the sibilance problem. Ended up being this type of stuff going into the sibilances and doing this that got him to where he needed to go.
Yep.
It actually will help your de-essers work better, not get so pumpy and weird.
Save us all.
And those are the official audio terms for that also. Pumpy and weird.
Pumpy and weird.
Save
That could be the name of our first compressor.
Yeah.
us all. Will save us all. Will you?
Will you?
Will you?
This is so much fun. Getting this nice and even.
Will you?
Let me get this back up.
Will you?
Bam. Look at that.
Carry on until you fall to pieces. Carry on till you're stumbling, half dead. Onto the wall. Half dead. Half dead. Onto the warriors. Half dead. Onto the warriors and you can do it.
Cool. This is going to be even tighter once we get some processing on there.
And you can do it. This time is different.
Up a little bit. And this up a little bit. We're losing a little bit of life there.
This time is different.
That up a little bit.
And this time is different. This time you'll find it's worth it. If you can change the world. If you can save.
Bring that up a little bit more.
If you can save us all, will you?
Push this whole part up a little bit.
Will you?
Yep, we can hear all the things that are out of tune. We're just focusing on volume right now.
Carry on until you fall to pieces. Carry on till you're stumbling, half dead. Onto the warriors and you can do it. This time is different. This time you'll find it's worth it. If you can change the world. If you can save us all, will you?
Boom.
So much better. It's insane how much more professional just that.
You
Again,
can do, dude, you can do that process and your vocals are going to sound better than 99% of people's vocals out there. Just doing that process without any additional processing, right? Just like manually going in there and doing some volume automation like that.
yeah, it's not even just about being heard all the time. There's also this just kind of like amateurish karaoke feeling to when a vocal isn't consistent in a track. It's like someone up on a karaoke stage not knowing how to work their mic. Our ears pick up on that. It doesn't seem like a part of the song.
Totes my goats. Let's keep going. I'm going to keep going on this verse. So I'm going to just kind of jump forward here. And you know, I'm gonna do less teaching this time so we can kind of buzz through this, okay? If you guys are cool with that.
Let's
If you
knock
get
it
the
out.
concept, we probably don't have to talk through it as much on this one. So I'm just gonna cook and probably make sound effects and funny noises and stuff. Boom, just that little chunk, right? We. What? What? Move along? We. And then let's get a little bit of tail. That waver.
Keeping your mind a list of demands from another man's design. Keeping your mind. Keeping your mind a list of demands. Keeping your mind a list. Keeping your mind a list of demands. Keeping your mind a list of demands from another man's design. List of demands from another.
It's like this whole section.
Demands from another man's design. Demands from
See you around.
4.
I learned a lot, man.
demands from another. Demands from another man. List of demands from another man's design. Demands from another man's design. Another man's design. From another man's design.
Design.
Man's design.
I don't want to bring up that S.
Man's design.
Just that D.
Man's design.
Then we'll go there.
Man's design. In this moment. In this moment. In another man's design. In this moment. The world is in this. In this moment. In this moment. In this moment. In
Little bit. Just a little ramp up.
In this moment. The world is broken.
Almost there.
Someone asked, is,
The world.
Huh?
someone asked, does the zoom level affect, like, how do you deal with the zoom level that you're looking at all this at as you're kind of going manually?
What you talking about?
Zoom level, like how much are you zooming in to do this part?
Like phrase by phrase, I guess.
Yeah.
Like I'm at the maximum in terms of vertical, but horizontal, I just kind of like to see like phrase by phrase.
The world is broken.
Yeah, that's cool, Joe. It does get easier, right?
The world is broken.
So that S sound is not going to be fun. So I'm just going to manually DS it.
The world is broken. World is broken.
A little too much.
World is broken.
Let's go and do like something like this. Oh my gosh, that looks so crazy.
World is broken.
I don't think that's the spot. It's like here.
World is broken.
Sure enough. Now let's lighten it back off a little bit.
World is broken.
That's better.
World is broken.
And then we'll place a little bit more emphasis on the B.
World is broken. World is broken. World is broken. World is broken. World is broken.
Looking for this microphone video for you guys. It's so cool.
World is broken. Broken. The broken. The broken. The word. The word won't break. Word won't break any bone. Won't break any bone. Break any bone.
Need that K.
Break any bone. Break any bone. Break any bone. Break any bone. Break any bone.
And actually in this scenario, I want that B to kind of be a little bit more aggressive.
Break any bone.
Yeah. Bones. Break any bones. I just don't think that was quite hit hard enough. So we're going to bring that up.
Any bone.
Bring this up. And we're going to push. We're going to crescendo, push through that note.
Any bone.
And then come up here towards the end. My bad. Push the air through that note.
Any bone.
Keep the listener engaged by just crescendoing that long note, pushing through it.
Any bone.
And then bring a little bit more attention to the end of that note. Oh, because that's where the vibrato and the kind of like the character is.
Rhetoric changes mindsets, and force-fed ears will bite. Rhetoric
Almost done with the verses, guys.
Rhetoric
Jamie, yeah, we're still going to compress this, but the compressor can be a lot lighter now, and just
Changes mindset.
I'm sorry, go ahead.
just the finishing touch. It's doing less heavy lifting.
Rhetoric changes mindsets. Force-fed ears will buy it.
Yeah. Force-fed ears will buy it. Bunch of sheep.
Force-fed ears will buy it. Force-fed ears will buy it.
Somebody said bah. Jedediah.
Force-fed ears will buy it.
That is kind of like a note going into the distance. So I'm actually going to make the opposite move there and kind of trail it down.
Force-fed ears will buy it.
I know, don't you want to just like ramp up some reverb there? Or like a delay or something like that? Ah! Like you're jumping off a cliff.
Yeah.
You'll hear that a lot in the band that I sent you to master today, Caleb.
Yeah.
That singer does that a lot.
Cool.
Okay, guys. That's it. Let's listen to the whole thing. At least this part.
Keeping your mind a list of demands from another man's design. 'Cause in this moment,
'Cause
'cause in this moment,
it's about to be had there.
'cause in this moment, 'cause in this moment, the world is broken. The words won't mend. The world is broken. The world is broken. The words won't break any bones. The words won't break any bones. Rhetoric changes mindsets. Force-fed ears will buy it.
Yeah. It's cool too, because like he sounds like he sounds live almost at that point, right? Like he's backing away because the rest of the instrumentation is kind of blasting in and the singer's like moving away. You know, has good mic technique. It's like moving away from the vocal or moving away from the mic.
Will buy it.
Boom. Look at that mess. Look at that mess. First look, like not knowing anything about any of this stuff, it's like, oh my gosh, this is stressful. But to me, it's very calming because this kind of thing, when I look at this, it means the work has been done. And it's gonna sound great once I like continue to do little layers of compression. I just know what this means.
Yeah.
I know what something like this actually means for the future of the workflow for this vocal. Makes me very calm.
Yeah, there is a nice technique where Vocal Writer can do some of this and then output the automation lane for you to go tweak. But you're still going to have to go through everything phrase by phrase, and you're still going to be adjusting stuff. Maybe it does some stuff right, maybe it does stuff wrong. I find that it kind of does a mix of right and wrong. So it pretty much takes me almost just as long to just do it this way.
And this is probably one of the heavier lifts on a vocal that we've seen in a Fix the Mix in a few sessions,
It's true.
right? Anyway, that's the verse. I got to take a quick bio break.
Let's take 5.
Take 5?
Yep.
Take 5, guys? 5 guys.
Take 5. Oh, you like 5 Guys?
I actually haven't been in a while, and the very first time I went to 5 Guys, I was underwhelmed. Unpopular opinion,
It's a solid burger.
I was underwhelmed.
Not my favorite burger, but it's a solid burger.
Made me puke. Laura says.
Ugh.
Tell us how you really feel.
Yeah.
Made me puke. That's hilarious.
Yeah, but the free peanuts, though. All right. See you guys at 5.
Okay, yeah. No, yeah. Break. 5 minutes. I'm gonna bring up a timer, not just any timer, but my favorite timer. You guessed it. The Goog. 5 minutes on the clock. See you guys back here in a few.
Hey, y'all. Really quick. Anybody have trouble booking a call earlier that needed to book one? Or are there any other questions about the reverse engineer program? Cool. Would it be useful to see the platform and the curriculum or any of that, or is everyone good? Platform and curriculum sounds good. Okay, let me just show you for a minute. Let's see. Then I got a little treat for you guys too.
I'm so sorry I'm late.
We're,
My,
we're-
my,
we're- sorry, we're just talking about the platform.
my studio is in my home. And I got stuck talking to my wife about the kids and ramen noodles. It was a whole thing.
So we use a platform called School, which is like its own all-encompassing everything in one
Oh yeah.
message board, private messages. You can see how highly engaged a lot of these conversations are. Really great informational stuff, a way to ask questions. And then it's really easy because you have the classroom right here. We have guest speakers, and we even have an AI chatbot that knows our whole curriculum. You can ask questions to. If you're in a real pinch, I guess, for some reason, couldn't ask the community. We have full DAW tutorials. And then each one of these modules takes you through entire sections from getting your room dialed in first, call it acoustic truth. All these are videos and lessons to getting that acoustic truth. Also, headphone options, learning to listen, learning to observe, learning to train your ears, how to meter things better, and then diving into all the tools, both for mastering, mixing, and production. And then if you go to the calendar, all the links for everything is all just built in here. You can see some days like today, there's multiple mentorship calls. I have one coming up here in an hour and a half. I had one earlier with Chris, even one on Saturday now. And it's all just right there. It's really easy to access. You can like replace your social media with just this. Think about that. Get rid of Facebook. Come where the musicians are. And it takes you through the whole process. Tons of support. You can reach out to us at any time. You can send us direct messages. You can get on the calls. It's a beautiful place. And we love our 1.3K students. That's how many have come through the program in the last few years since we launched this particular version. They're not all active at the same time, so there's plenty of room to get one-on-one time and help and everything. A lot of them have moved on. That's what it is. Again, if you want to book a call, pretty easy. Just go to that mastering.com/TRE. I don't have a Bandcamp. You can go to just calebloveless.com if you want to see what I'm up to. Mastering.com/TRE. If you have more questions, it's not a sales link or anything like that. It's to book a call to speak with one of our consultants to see if it's a good fit, see if you can make it work, both in terms of your time, financially, and if we're the right place for you in terms of where you're at.
Admissions. Our admissions team. Oh, that's not the right link.
Corey, sometimes the tiny room's fine, and if not, then some calibrated headphones or something like that. We dive into all of it and give you all the options, and you can decide what you want to do. But small room doesn't necessarily mean you can't use it. I've been in mastering studios that were pretty tiny. So any of these questions that you have, you can also talk to the consultant about. They've been through the program. They know how it works. They're just there to answer your questions and talk to you about your career and your kind of where you are, maybe where you're getting stuck. And again, that's how we determine if you'd be a good fit. And if not, we can point you in the right direction or whatever else it is. And again, this is the last month. I got a message from Rob that we're doing 2 years for this program. It really should be a 1-year program.
Confirmed?
Yeah.
Oh.
So it seems like a downgrade, but it's really not. We upgraded some things to make the process faster. So the thing that was taking people months now takes people a couple weeks. And so you have plenty of time within a year. And then we also made it really cheap to continue on with us after that year if you want to. So it's going to be more focused, more attention, more availability, more mentoring. We've hired more mentors. We're getting ready to hire some more. And yeah, we're crazy. No, the year will be the same price. TRA kind of has a podcast. I did a couple episodes. Maybe I should do more. What was the long item on the syllabus? Probably the room week or the room section. It's a doable process for everybody, but we take it in it's pretty technical, so we take it in really small chunks so you can digest it and have a lot of touch points and feedback.
Yeah, we might test the podcast thing again. Who knows? We'll see.
Yeah, if you like it. I thought they were fun. I've just been kind of busy building curriculum.
Yeah, we're focusing on updating the curriculum like quite often, and we've got a new YouTube strategy we have to try here, and
Yeah.
got some other things in the hopper. But
yep.
get
Jake's
that.
back. Let's hop on again. Mastering.com/TRU. Go ahead.
Yep. Here, I'll spam the link here a couple times too for those of you who are
Travis is getting antsy.
wanting to call. Travis is getting antsy.
Back to the vocals.
Can we go back to the vocals? He says, yes, we can. Yes, Travis. We'll go back to the vocals. There we go. Serge, Jake and Caleb, do you ever skip this vocal automation for whatever reason? Yeah, I asked him to hold on to this question for when we were done talking about the program. I will skip this for a fast rap. As long as I can get it nice and clear with processing. I will skip this for a fast rap.
Because it's usually not very dynamic anyway.
Exactly. I was just going to say that because usually the performance on that kind of stuff isn't like all over the place and like super, super duper expressive. I'm not saying like all rappers aren't expressive or anything like that, but just typically in like the cases that I've seen anyway. And admittedly, this is not a genre that I work in often. But I won't do this on a fast rap most of the time, typically.
Yeah, Tongue, you can sign up for one-on-one time every day with mentors. You can also listen into other people's time to learn from them. If you don't have questions, a lot of people get on all the calls and just listen to people's questions. That's a great way to learn as a community. Our students love that, in fact. We don't have a book out. I've been meaning to write one, but it wouldn't be about mastering, mixing, or production. It would be about a more fearless, creative process. All right. Ready to rock.
Somebody also asks something about doing this for like chorus stacks. Typically, I'll just do it for like the lead vocals, and then stacks I don't pay this close attention to. I'll just like toss limiters on them or whatever, dynamics processing. It's really important for like a lead vocal. You know, the center of attention. That's what I really pay attention to here. Let's move. Let's move. Let's continue to do this for chorus.
If you can save us all, will you rise above the tide? Rise above the
Oh yeah, sorry, really quick. I
What?
found the ultimate microphone YouTube video. I love it. I think it's so informative and super cool. Just I'm going to drop it in the chat. You can copy it. Well,
Oh, sorry.
just go ahead and watch it later. Not right now.
Right now.
Jake's working, but just copy and paste that somewhere. Check it out. It's really cool.
Will you rise above the tide? Will you rise above the tide? Will you rise above the tide? Rise above the tide. Rise above the tide.
I really like that fall. Draw more attention to that. And then this whole section is like
Above the tragic ending. Above the tragic endings and the war.
scoop that up a little bit.
And the walls that keep us.
And the
And the walls that keep us. And the walls that keep us inside. Walls that keep us inside. And the walls that keep us inside.
proximity on that.
Walls that keep us inside.
Proximity is just the lower register.
Walls
It's got more resonance.
that keep us inside.
Where's the D?
Side. Right.
No D there. So in this scenario, I would like copy and paste a D sound from elsewhere in the track. If there is none, then I'll actually record one. I'll just go D. And then I'll stick it in there. Or whatever consonant, right? There's one. There's one right there.
Boom, baby.
Kidnapping you. I'm gonna go over here.
Three years later.
And the walls that keep us inside. Ride, ride.
See where it lands.
Inside, ride, inside, ride, inside, ride.
I'll just take that and go like this. That's okay. I'm just playing with timing right now on that. Yeah, that's nice.
Better.
I think that's cool. We'll do a little crossy. I like that. Kind of loses it right there. Cool. I like that.
Beyond the doubt in there, beyond the doubt in their eyes. Doubt in their eyes, and the deepest eyes, and the deep. And the deepest parts of the night, and the deepest parts eyes, and the deepest parts of eyes, and the deep eyes, and the deepest parts of the night.
Loop.
And the deepest parts.
Not that much.
And the deepest parts of the night, and the deepest parts of the night, and the deepest parts of the,
Just losing the and the.
and the deepest parts, and the deepest parts, and the deepest parts. And the deepest parts, and the deepest parts, and the deepest parts of the night, the deepest parts of the night, parts of the night.
Oh yeah. Listen.
Rise above the tide, above the tragic endings, and the walls that keep us inside. Keep us inside. Rise
See if we can get
Be
a T out of that.
be
Right there. It's even further in right there.
be
Son of a gun. Right. Kind of. Right.
be be beyond the light, beyond the light, beyond the doubt in their eyes, and the deepest parts of the night.
Nice.
That's a chorus.
That's a chorus.
2 more choruses. Neither of those are flown, unfortunately. Oh, wait. The back half, actually, this back half looks like it may have been flown. Hey, Randy. Is any of this stuff flown? You can feel free to say yes. I can't remember, but I think so. Okay.
All right. I have a challenge for you.
For me?
Yep.
What is it?
I want you to do those last 2 choruses in 8 minutes and 30 seconds.
Okay.
Timer on the clock. Who's got a time?
That is what fire rise above the tide, above the rise above the tide. 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 Above the tragic, above the tragic endings, above the tragic endings, and the walls that keep us, and the walls that and the walls that keep us and the walls that keep us inside, and the walls that keep us inside, and the walls that keep and the walls that keep us and the walls that keep us inside. Rise into the light. Rise into the light.
Good point. Good point.
Rise into the light. Rise into the light. Beyond the doubt in their eyes, and beyond the doubt, beyond the doubt in their eyes, beyond the doubt in their eyes. Beyond the doubt in their and the deepest parts of the mind, and the deepest parts of the mind, and the deepest parts of the mind, and the deepest parts of the mind. And the deepest parts of the mind. The mind. Whoa!
You shut up down there.
Rise above the top. Rise, rise above the top. Rise, rise above the tide. Rise above the tide. Rise above the tide. Rise into the light. Rise into the light. Rise into the light. Rise to the light. Rise above the tide, above the tragic endings and the war. Rise above the tide, above the tragic. Rise above the tide, above the tragic endings. Rise above the tide, above the tragic endings and the war. Above the tragic ending, above the tragic ending, above the tragic ending. Above the tragic endings and the walls that keep us inside. 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 Keep us inside. And the walls that keep us inside.
Did you say hands off? Hands up?
Wow. What was the official time, y'all? You made it. 7 minutes. You had a minute and a half to spare.
Time to spare.
You can put a D on the end of there.
Don't
Well,
have to.
I guess you can keep your job.
Don't have to. There's D right there. Job done.
Perfect.
We'll let it hit rather soft there. That's cool. Okay.
Wow. Well done.
There she is.
That is most of the heavy lifting right there. Now it's just fine tuning, add space. We'll compress it some more. We'll get the frequencies right. Add some space. We're there.
Oh yeah, still have a bridge here. But here's the thing with the bridge. If I remember correctly, it's affected. So
The season I long to see your face. The hurricanes keeping us away.
don't have to do anything with that. I'll just keep that. About this one.
If you mend the plan, then I'll find a rhyme
That one's already processed too, so we're good.
for the perfect final line. Rise above the tide. Rise.
Cool. All right. So from here, let's bounce that in place. Boop.
Commit.
And we can see the changes that we made to these waveforms, right? Actually see a little bit more what we've done. You know, still some transients here and there. It's okay. We'll take care of those. Don't worry. Nothing to be afraid of.
Much more controlled. Your future compressor thanks you.
Look at this. Don't worry. We're going to take care of them. Don't worry. Don't be scared. Look at this, though. Like, if you take a zoom out here versus this kind of stuff, right? Boom. Done, and very intentionally done, right? Like, with a lot of intention. We were focusing on words, focusing on character of the vocal, so on and so forth. Cool.
Thing of beauty, Jake.
Oh, man. Let's see here. Any questions about any of that stuff, guys? Pretty straightforward. We've been doing it for a little bit of time here, right?
And no, you don't need to do this on the backing vocals.
I don't. Yeah, I don't do it on backing vocals.
They're not going to be loud enough to be the focus enough to need that level of detail. You can just switch and let them be the supporting cast. Steven does. Wow.
Cool. Cool.
Yep. Squishing.
Shall we process them?
We shall we?
Shall we add processing? I think my wife dosed me again today.
Hey. I've been telling her to.
Huh?
I've been telling her to.
Ah. Come on. Sabotage.
Carry on until you fall to pieces.
So first, let's get rid of that. The resonance in the vocal there in the lower ranges.
Carry on until you fall to pieces. Carry on till you're stumbling, half dead. On to the warrior's end. You can do it. This time is different. This time you'll find it's worth it. If you can change the world.
Yeah. Listen to how good that vocal sounds. Just SM7B and some volume automation, right? Like, again, I've gotten vocals that have been recorded through gear like through like a preamp and compressor, like expensive microphone, preamp, compressor that don't sound as good.
For sure.
Carry on until you fall to pieces.
Yeah, for real, Berlin. Like all mics are SM7V these days. Like they just you see them you're just seeing them everywhere.
Carry on until you fall to pieces. Carry on till you're stumbling, half dead. On to the warriors and
Let's just run like a little experiment.
carry on until
Hold on. Constantine, click that link and download the plugin.
stop breathing. Feel the arms and palms release. Carry on until you fall to pieces. Feel the tumbling, half dead. On to this. Stop breathing. Feel the tumbling, half dead. Arms release to the warrior.
It sounds great. It sounds great. Let's compare that to another of like,
One sec. Let me get the right link. It's not working there. You gotta have the HTTPS on the front. There you go. That one should work.
Carry on until you fall. Look away, bad things in the mirror. Carry on, I feel my back again. Half dead.
it's already there. Like it's pretty close. I don't feel the need to do anything else like EQ wise to that vocal. I am gonna squishy it because it needs some like just some character, some saturation, things like that. First I am gonna add a layer of de-essing because some of the S's, just want to make sure those are under control. I'm gonna do that before compression.
Carry on until you fall to pieces.
A little too intense.
Carry on until you fall to pieces. Carry on till you're stumbling, half dead. On to the warriors and dead. Carry on until you fall to.
Cool. It's 1176. This bad boy.
Carry on until you fall to pieces. Carry on till you're stumbling, half dead. On to the warriors and dead. You can.
Actually, I'm gonna do before it actually hits that. I'm gonna add some limiting of this stuff. These ultra higher, like these much higher peaks. I'm just gonna control these much higher peaks before the signal goes into the compressor.
Carry on until you fall to pieces. Carry on till you're stumbling, half dead. On to the warriors and dead. You can do it. This time. On to the warriors and dead. On to the warriors and dead. On to the warriors and dead. You can do it. This time is different. This time you'll find it's worth it.
Then I'm gonna use this. These are just subtle layers of leveling out the vocal, a little bit more consistency. I'm gonna use some low-level compression on this.
Carry on until you
This automatically turns up the soft sounds. Okay.
carry on until you fall to pieces. Carry on till you're stumbling, half dead. On to the warriors.
I might bring this down just a touch also.
Carry on until you fall to pieces. Carry on till you're stumbling, half dead.
Barely compressing the peaks. Mostly using upward compression here, like low level compression.
Carry on until you fall to pieces. Carry on until you fall to pieces. Carry on until you fall to pieces.
Trying to elevate like the softer parts a little bit so we get a little bit more excitement and energy out of that vocal. A little bit more detail, I guess.
Carry on until you fall to pieces. Carry on till you're stumbling, half dead. On to the war is ended. You can do it.
Now I'm gonna put it through some, you know what? I'm gonna hit the sibilance before it even gets to that point. I'm gonna use Antares Sibyl.
Carry on until you fall to carry on until you fall to
A little bit too much there, right?
until you fall to pieces. Carry on until you fall to pieces. Carry on till you carry on until you fall to pieces. Carry on till you stumble. Carry on until you fall to pieces. Carry on till you're stumbling, half dead. On to the war is ended. You can do it.
I think, Caleb, you know, and you guys who have been coming to these over and over and over again, I've been on the search, like the quest for the perfect de-esser. I don't think this is the perfect one yet, but I think this is darn close. I really like this one. Right now, my two favorites is this Sybil and one from Waves called Sibilance, I think. Is the other one.
Carry on until you fall to pieces. Carry on till you're stumbling, half dead. On to the war is ended. You can do it. This time is different. This time you'll find it's worth it. If you can change the world.
Cool. I'm into it.
Carry on until you
Now we need just like need to smooth this vocal out. I think I'm gonna skip the 1176 since we've got all that control going on already with the limiter and then the MV2. So I'm gonna go straight to opto.
carry on until you fall to pieces. Carry on till you're stumbling, half dead. On to the war is ended. Carry on until you fall to pieces. Carry on until you fall to pieces. Carry on till you're stumbling, half dead. On to the war is ended. You can do it.
Now let's just see where that vocal is sitting.
Carry on until you fall to pieces. Carry on till you're stumbling, half dead. On to the war is ended. You can do it.
Cool. Here. Drink up. Just gonna touch this. Just gonna touch this area. On the vocal.
Carry on until you fall to pieces. fall to pieces. Carry on till you're stumbling, half dead. On to the war is ended. You can do it. This time is different. This time you'll find it's worth it.
Here we go. Stick some parallel on this sucker.
This is where I always get completely lost. Well, try to ask some questions and we'll try to help you. Tape machine, baby. I've always had that bottom one. In fact, I use that one way more. I used to. That bottom one's not even that expensive. You can get one of those for like $500 to $700. Totally perfectly working. Just play with it. Get that tune knob. Add some warble.
Carry on until you fall to pieces. Carry on till you stumble.
Adding some really extreme compression on an aux channel, and then I'm going to blend it into the background here. And get some more body on this vocal.
Carry on until you fall to pieces. Carry on till you're stumbling, half dead. And on to the war is ended. You can do it. This time is different. This time you'll find it's worth it. If you can change the world.
Now I'm just I'm EQing the parallel channel.
Carry on until you fall to pieces. Carry on till you're stumbling, half dead.
Actually, what I'm going to do here is I'm going to DS quite aggressively before I hit our parallel compression to take down the S's and the sibilants, so I'm not adding to that when I blend in my parallel compressed track.
Carry on until you fall to pieces. Carry on till you're stumbling, half dead. And on to the war is ended.
So I'm only adding like the body of the vocal here. I'm not adding to the S's and the T's, all the consonants and stuff like that.
Carry on until you fall.
So that's what I'm going to be blending into the background of that vocal.
Carry on until you fall to pieces. Carry on till you're stumbling, half dead. And on to the war is ended. You can do it. This time is different. This time you'll find it's worth it. Carry on until you fall to pieces. Carry on until you fall to pieces. Carry on till you're stumbling, half dead. And on to the war is ended. You can do it. This time is different. This time you'll find it's worth it. If you can change the world. If you carry on until you fall to pieces. Carry on till you're stumbling, half dead. On to the war is ended. You can do it. This time is different. Carry on until you fall to pieces. Carry on till you're stumbling, half dead. And on to the war is ended. You can do it. This time is. Carry on until you fall to pieces.
Okay. And what's really going to smooth this out is what? What's going to smooth it out? Who's going to guess? Who's going to guess it? No, no, no. It's not tape. It's not tape. Contrary to popular belief, it's not tape.
Is anyone lost on the EQ and compression moves he did there? They're pretty straightforward. But
Want me
ask
to walk
if you-
through them?
Yeah.
Want me to walk through them?
Yeah, just do a quick rundown.
Okay, so I added this channel EQ to take some of this buildup out of the vocal. The reason I knew there was buildup there is because my ears are in tune to it, right? So I know the space. I've mixed many a vocal inside of this space. I know what buildup in that area sounds like, just instinctively, right? If you're having trouble hearing that, you refer to your references, okay? So I pulled that area down and I scooped that area out of the vocal. I also cut out any of this kind of low end here that's just not useful to us in a vocal. Not every single vocal, but at least this vocal, not a lot going on down there, and we're saving space for kick and bass. Okay.
I hear so many vocals that have just too much low end in it. I think people don't understand that you can have a lot less than you think. If you listen and you reference vocals, especially in like in a genre of a full song or a pop song or a rock song like this, there's less than you think in there. And in fact, that low end, it kind of gives it that, again, the karaoke sound where someone's too much up on the mic. It makes it sound amateurish instead of polished.
And also it's an SM7B.
It's already a warm mic.
It's already got, they're just 9 times out of 10, I'm kind of like looking at this air, like aware of this area on one of these mics, just because it's always there. Yeah, radio voice. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, there's something amateurish about that sound when it has that too much low end in it, but I hear it all the time in kind of students' mixes that aren't quite sure what to do yet.
Carry on until you fall to pieces. Carry on.
Yeah, okay, so going through this, yeah, so just a de-esser here to try to tame the S's and the T's a little bit. There's still some work to be done there that I would just kind of like go through and manually do, but we don't have time for all of that today. So we're just going to keep moving. Then I added a limiter on this channel to handle just some of these really, really tall peaks here. This one, this over here, just lightly kind of tapping that and squishing those down. So if we were to bounce this in place at this point, I'm not going to do it now, again, just for time's sake, but if we were to bounce that in place, you would see these shrink down to probably about here, right? So that we have a more consistent signal across the board before we push it into the MV2. And what I wanted here was I wanted those softer parts of the vocal to automatically come up a little bit, right? So I used the low level on the MV2 to bring those automatically bring those softer parts of the vocal up. And then I used the high level of the MV2 to automatically squeeze some of the hotter parts of the vocal, the louder parts of the vocal. So again, just another very subtle layer of consistency, right? To bring out the detail of the vocal. MV2 is upward and downward compression. It's just compression and then low level compression, right? So it's like upward compression, just like taking all of this stuff from the the quiet stuff, raising it up in volume automatically, you know, based on the threshold that you set there. That's all it's doing, right? VMR, that added just another layer of compression, another consistency layer. And this is going on across the track. The reason I used this particular compressor was because it's known for its character and its smooth kind of nature. it's vibe. So I'm using this more as like an artistic kind of like character sculpting, tone sculpting kind of tool. As well as just again squeezing that vocal a little bit more, just kind of like touching the peaks there, right? That's the reason why I chose that compressor particularly. And then at that point, I was still hearing that mud range, kind of like that 250-ish, that low mid kind of, it was popping through a little bit more. I'm not sure if it was because of all the compression that we were doing along the way, but I was still hearing it at that point. So I was like, why not take care of it here in the chain, And then at that point, I always like to, not always, but 9 times out of 10, I like to experiment with some parallel compression to see what it does to the vocal, to see what it does to the character of the vocal, to see what it does to the kind of the details of the vocal and the intimacy of the vocal. So I went ahead and created that parallel compression channel, which is, I think I explained this a little bit. Hard de-essing the sibilants so that the S and T sounds don't hit our compressor. And then I'm just compressing the crap out of that vocal. Like this is like high ratio compression. I'm getting like between 10 and 20 decibels of gain reduction there. And then just blending that into taste.
Carry on until you fall to pieces. Carry on till you're stumbling half dead.
Then here it is before processing.
Carry on until you fall to pieces. Carry on till you're stumbling half dead.
Which already is a great starting point, right? But we clean up kind of like that lumpiness in the vocal, kind of like that muddiness, right?
Carry on until you fall to pieces. Carry on till you're stumbling half dead.
Now it sounds like that vocal was recorded in a studio. Like now we're in the Hollywood movies where we're seeing the singer in the studio with the headphones and talking to the engineer behind the board, right? Rather than something else.
Carry on until you fall to pieces. Carry on till you're stumbling half dead. On to the warriors and you can do it. This time is different. This time you'll find it's worth it. If you can change the world, if you can save us all, will you?
Hear the difference? I tried to give you guys like the very quick kind of rundown of the mindset. Right? We do have a lot to do here, so I'm trying to move. And I'm on caffeine. It's clear to me that there was caffeine in that coffee.
Yeah, I told her to. I was like, day 3.
I can feel like everything is heightened. I'm talking faster, Can you guys tell difference between today and yesterday?
I love Coffee Jake.
Do you?
Yeah, the jokes are a little better.
I'm quicker,
A little higher,
I'm quicker.
a little quicker. Can tune 2 choruses of gain automation in 6 minutes.
It's also riskier. Just so you know. The filter lifts a little bit, so
Risk it for a biscuit.
heads up. All right. That's what I'm doing on that verse. I feel good about that. Let's think about our backing vocals now.
Carry on until you fall to pieces.
You don't need that. Come on. Need that right up the center.
Fall to pieces.
I'm gonna spread that out to the sides. Using our sample delay trick. So we're taking that mono vocal, we're spreading that out to the sides. whenever that double hits. Let's listen to that.
Carry on until you fall to pieces.
Nice. What I'm also gonna do here is I'm just gonna EQ it and I'm gonna limit it. That's all I'm gonna do with that vocal. Bam.
Till you fall to pieces. Carry on till you're stumbling, half dead. On to the war is ended. Carry on until you fall to pieces. Carry on till you're stumbling, half dead. On to the war is ended. You can do it.
You know what I'm gonna do though? I'm gonna DS it. Ordinarily, I would get this vocalized. I would have this done in editing. I think at this point, Caleb and I had the conversation a little bit earlier. Are you going to tighten these vocals up? Are you not going to tighten these vocals up in terms of timing? I wanted to see whether this technique would clean the vocals up first, or if it would be even be necessary. I don't think we're going to do it today, but for a project like this, I think I would tighten them up.
Carry on until you fall to pieces. Carry on till you're stumbling, half dead.
I might actually just do a workaround and just dip out the high end of those.
Carry on until you fall to pieces. Carry on till you're stumbling, half dead. On to the war is ended.
That sounds pretty good. I'm going to do that, and then I'm going to DS it. And just see what that does. There you go. Here's my other one. My other de-esser I've been playing with. These two de-essers are courting me right now. They're bringing me out to fancy dinners. They're giving me sponsorship deals.
What about the Weiss, bro?
Sending me some free shirts and hats and stuff.
Fall to pieces. Half dead.
There we go.
You can do it. Fall to pieces. Half dead. Fall to pieces. Fall to pieces.
It's really good. It's really good. Dude, I'm telling you, I think it's this one. I think it's this one. I think it's my new. This Waves one is my new girlfriend here. There we go.
Fall to pieces. Fall to pieces. Carry on. Fall to pieces. Carry on. Fall to pieces. Carry on.
And I think it is, because it's, just right out of the box. Like, I don't have to mess with it or anything like that, and just twist the knob. And if we hold this up against Sybil.
Carry on until you fall to pieces. Carry on until you fall to pieces.
It's more control and smoother and more natural with less work.
Mm.
And to me, that makes a difference. I can get the same result with Sybil. I'm convinced of that, but it's more work to do so. So for me, I'm thinking efficiency, and I'm thinking, the faster I can get things done, this mix done, I can get on to the next mix and make sure the next client is happy. Make sure the next client is happy. The next client is happy. So I've decided just in this moment that Sibilance from Waves is now my favorite de-esser and is my go-to.
Till I buy you Weiss.
Till you buy me Weiss.
Carry on until you fall to pieces. Carry on till you're
overdid it just a little bit. That's okay.
Carry on until you fall to pieces. Carry on till you're stumbling half dead. Carry on until you fall to pieces. Carry on till you're stumbling half dead. On to the war is ended. You can do it. This time is different. This time you'll find it's worth it.
That vocal sounds dope when it's spread out to the sides like that, doesn't it? It sounds so good. It's like, so here it is without that sample delay and just like mono up the center. And then I'm going to turn that sample delay on to spread it out into the sides.
This time is different. This time you'll find it's worth it.
Now sample delay.
This time is different. This time you'll find it's worth it.
It's just like, it's just like hugging you, right? And I like that. I like to mix really kind of like more immersively. So I'm always kind of thinking about ways to clear out the center and really use the sides and really get the listener inside of that mix, you know?
If you can change the world,
Let's touch these harmonies. I think I'm going to do the same thing with these.
You can do it.
Yeah, I'm going to treat those the same exact way. So I'm just going to Command Option C and then Command Option V to paste that same processing chain on the harmonies. And I don't know if that's a default key command, by the way, or something that I made up, because I program my own key commands for the things that I do the most often.
I'm the same way.
So it's worth checking that one out. Yeah, and that's just inside of Logic.
I can't remember which ones I've changed and which ones I haven't.
Yeah, same.
Yeah, it's been so long.
That's the same. You guys also might notice that like this file thing, it keeps flashing blue. That's because I'm instinctually like hitting Command S and saving the, oh, I guess it's flashing like gray. But I'm like constantly saving my work.
you can do it.
So, just for a little bit of variation, I'll just delay the other side.
You can do it. This time is different. This time you'll find it's worth it. If you can change the world, if you can save us all, will you rise above the top?
Our verses are pretty well dialed in, I think, besides reverb, right? Like spatial processing. We got about what, 30 minutes?
Yep.
Okay. Sweet. In that case, you guys want to take 3? Want to take 3? Let's take I have to. It's kind of an emergency. We'll be back here in 3 minutes. I'll put up a timer. I'll put up a timer here. Not just any timer, but favorite timer. 3 minutes on the clock. Boom. Here we go. Full screen. Back here in 3. I don't I don't really have one of those Japanese toilets. You guys know what I'm talking about though. I do have a bidet. But those anybody into South Park? Anybody watch the new season of South Park? Check that one out.
All right, and moving along.
Okay, here we go. Chorus vocals. Here we go. So something about these chorus vocals that will not hit the processing the same way as the verse vocals did. Do you know why? Anybody know why? It's louder. Yeah. Derp. Totally. Right? So I'm just going to take this vocal and go. That's it. That's literally all I'm going to do so that it just hits the processing the same way. And then if we need to turn it up, we can do that on the fader. Make sense?
If you can save us all, will you rise above the top?
Copied the wrong processing like a
Was like, whoa.
dope.
Rise, all, will you rise above the tide, above the tragic endings and the walls that keep us inside? Rise into the light, beyond the doubt in their eyes. Rise above the tide, above the tragic endings and the walls that keep us inside.
I'm just adjusting my processing based on the signal that's coming in.
Rise,
Yeah, there's the culprit right there.
rise above the tide.
Pushing that into the FG2A a little bit too hard.
Rise above the tide.
Okay, that's okay. And then we're going to take the parallel compression. Where is it? Where is it? Where is it? There it is. It's cop, sweet. Use the same.
Rise above the tide.
Bring that coming in.
If you can save us all, will you rise above the tide? Above, will you rise above the tide? Above the tragic endings and the walls that keep us inside. Rise into the light, beyond the doubt in their eyes.
Cool. And then I'm going to take all of these and I'm going to group them together and call it chorus stack. I'm going to go like this, color code it like that. So all my lead vocals are in pink, and then all my kind of like backing vocals or stacked vocals are in a slightly darker shade of pink. Now that I've got these backing vocals grouped together, I'm going to go ahead and process the group of vocals. I'm not going to touch them individually. I'm just going to process the group because it's faster.
Rise above the tide.
We're not going to have time for any tuning today, but I would absolutely go in here, dial everything in, do a layer of tuning, do a layer of timing.
Above the tragic endings and the walls that keep us inside, rise into the light beyond the doubt in their eyes.
Don't know if that 3K, 4K is gonna fly, but we'll have to listen to it in the mix. So I've got that kind of sculpted, right? Taking down the high end, taking out some of this mud range and the build up in those vocals, and then taking out the low end. I'm also going to squeeze those vocals with some limiting.
You have time for a set.
Huh?
You have time for a set it, forget it tune plugin?
On what?
Just on all the vocal.
On any of the stacks? On the
Like
lead?
all
On
of it, all of them.
all of them? You got 20 minutes.
You got to set it, forget it.
Maybe. Maybe. Let's see.
Rise above the tide.
Let's do a little bit of manual kind of editing that out. Just coming down on that a little bit. Cool. 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 Let's crossfade it. Very cool. Cool, 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 cool,
Yeah,
cool, cool.
Klaus.
Rise above the tide, above the tragic endings and the walls that keep us inside. Rise into the light beyond the doubt in their eyes and the deep. Rise above the tide, above the tragic ending.
See how this does.
Rise above the tide, above the tragic endings and the walls that keep us inside. Rise into the light. Rise above the tide. Rise above the tide.
Some build up here, like some throaty, kind of nasally kind of stuff going on. I just like swung down.
Rise above the tide, above the tragic endings and the walls that keep us inside. Rise into the light, beyond the doubt in their eyes and the deepest parts of the night. Until the day comes, raise yourself up. Move along, keeping your mind a list of demands from another man's design. 'Cause in this moment, the world is broken.
Let's add some spatial processing.
The cherry on top.
Yeah. So I've got some aux tracks already set up here. And this is the buckets method that Caleb was talking about the other day. You know, typically this is kind of how I set up this is the only thing in my template, really, in my mix template. Everything is blank except for these wet effects. And you know, the idea is you break up categories break up your mix into 3 categories: drums, vocals, and everything else, which I call instruments. So you have a short reverb for your drums, you have a long reverb for your drums. And then you have a different short reverb for your instruments, different than your drums, and a different long reverb for your instruments, different from your drums. Right? All of these are different like reverb types. When I say short, I typically mean below a second decay time. When I say long, I typically mean maybe a second and a half, 2 seconds decay time. Okay. It's just general rule of thumb. All right. You can change any of this stuff in the context of the mix, depending on what the mix calls for, what the mix needs. Finally, we have our third bucket here, which is vocals. So I like to have a short reverb set up for vocals and a long reverb set up for vocals, and a short delay and a long delay set up for vocals, right? And then I just blend all this stuff together and use them as needed.
Long story short, the ear wants diversity. If you have same reverb on everything, the ear hears it as bland. If you have too many different reverbs, the ear hears it as chaotic and can be distracting. So this is like a sweet spot between enough difference, but not too much.
Exactamundo.
We didn't get into it as much. This Fix the Mix, but that's the
So we're just gonna route those now. Long verb, short verb, long verb, short delay, long delay. And we're going to start by dialing in the reverb on the verse vocals.
Carry on until you fall.
I really like the way they sound, but like dry, but I'm just going to add some very subtle room to place this in a space.
Carry on until you fall to pieces. Carry on till you're stumbling, half dead. On to the war is ended. You can do it. Carry on until you fall to pieces. Carry on till you're stumbling, half dead. And on to the war is ended. You can.
Barely be able to hear that. Like a more felt than heard kind of thing.
I love that room.
Huh?
Love that room so much. Which one is it?
Yeah.
So nice.
It's the what piece of gear is it? The Bricasti. It's a Bricasti emulation.
So it's really nice sounding.
Yeah, it's killer. It's killer. I think I used the Bricasti on for all, I don't want, maybe not all my reverbs, but quite a few of them. Anything that's labeled FGBM7 is from that hardware, is modeled after that hardware, and it's all gold.
You took the room one and tweaked it from there, it looks like.
Huh?
Took the room one preset and tweaked it from there, it looks like.
Yep, and then I saved that as my own presets. Right, so have these all just kind of saved.
Really beautiful room. Anyway, sorry.
It's gorgeous, right?
Yep.
Carry on until you fall to pieces. Carry on till you're stumbling, half dead. On to the war is ended.
Add just like a touch of long reverb in there too.
Carry on until you fall to pieces. Carry on till you're stumbling, half dead. On to the war is ended.
See what like just blending in some more delay will do.
Carry on until you fall to pieces. Carry on.
I'm going to use the filters inside of this to filter out down to 2K because we're getting too much of the consonants, kind of bouncy, staggery thing. And then I'm going to filter out up to 500 hertz. It's the same thing as if I were to do this on an EQ. Same exact thing. I'm just doing it inside the plugin, right? And that's to get away, ditch all of that like high end kind of stuff.
Carry on until you fall to pieces. Carry on till you're stumbling, half dead. On to the war is ended. You can
This is a ping pong 16th note ping pong delay.
carry on until you fall to pieces. Carry on till you're stumbling, half dead. On to the war is ended. You can
Then I'm going to do the same thing here. I'm going to filter out, about 500 to, 2K. And then I'm going to blend this into the background. Again, this is a ping pong, but this is on a quarter note.
carry on until you fall to pieces. Carry on till you're stumbling, half dead. On to the war is ended. You can do it. This time is different. This time you'll find it's worth it. If you can change the world.
Right? So in solo,
Carry on until you fall to pieces. Carry on till you're stumbling, half dead. And on to the
very subtle, more felt than heard, right? But it smooths out. When I said earlier that I wanted to smooth out these vocals, this is what it does. It puts it in a space. It makes it a little bit less abrasive and a little bit more immersive and sinks it into the instrumentation a little bit more. We're getting away from that karaoke effect where the vocal is sitting on top of or in front of the mix. And we're getting more into kind of immersive mode or immersive mixing here, right?
carry on until you fall to pieces. Carry on till you're stumbling, half dead.
So I'm going to copy those settings and I'm just going to paste those, paste sends only, and I'm going to paste them across my dubs and my harms, with the exception of my whatchamacallits,
Delay.
parallel compression.
Double parallel.
Carry on until you fall to pieces. Carry on till you're stumbling, half dead. On to the war is ended. You can do it. This time is different.
Beautiful. That's a beautiful space around that vocal. It's subtle. It's warm. Me likey. I'm going to copy that over to our lead. Paste sends only. And I'm going to copy that over to our backings on our chorus. Paste sends only. And maybe we'll process this slightly differently in terms of space. Who knows? Let's check it out.
Oh, you rise above the tide, above the tragic endings and the walls that keep us. Rise above the tide, above the
Fully aware that the S has disappeared in there.
tragic endings and the walls that keep us inside. Rise into the light, beyond the doubt in their eyes, and the deepest parts of the night. Until the day comes
You know, I think this might be cool. Just kind of letting this lead actually take the lead and take the spotlight and the lift and the build up into the chorus, right? And muting the backing vocals there. So we got a slight drop in energy on the vocal, and then the chorus vocals, the stacks come in even bigger and badder.
If you can save us all, will you rise above the tide, above the tragic and me?
Right? Just a little bit more effective, gives that chorus a lot more impact there. Especially coming out of this, you know, this verse or this pre-chorus with, you know, some backing vocals. Manage the energy flow. We'll bring it down just slightly and then boom. Little bit more we can do with the impact on this chorus, but we are out of time. Guys, hopefully this has been a good learning experience. You want to check this against some references here? Just to kind of tie this up for today. See what we got. I like mine better than this one. It's smoother, right? It's smoother to listen to. We don't have like all of that, like that harshness in ours. Probably a little bit more of that mid-range, you know, that 300 area to kind of clean up here. But that is, it's just a, I mean, we could just go to the vocal bus and go, basically go like this. Work to do there.
Pretty close. Good job, Jake. Wish we had a little longer. I got to get
Yeah.
but we got the heavy lifting out of the way. It's like you'd probably step away from this, come back and do one more little session, clean up a few things. We haven't even tuned and aligned the vocals, so there's definitely some few things to do. But overall, an incredible transformation, especially if you remember the very first time we played it.
Yeah, we can do like a quick A/B if you want. Let's do that real quick.
You've been a great group, y'all. Thank you so much for being here and continuing to learn with us. We'll see some of you next time. We'll see some of you in the program. Keep learning, keep growing. Thanks, you guys.
Almost there.
You guys are awesome. We feel the love. Thank you so much. We hope you feel our love. Jake, great job. Good transformation. It's fun.
Thanks for having me.
Work always.
It's fun hanging with you guys.
Feel free to step into the sync webinar next week. And next month we'll do, I'm sure, another Fix the Mix, maybe some other things. Keep watching out for the emails. We'll let you know what's coming up. And for those of you coming to the program, get ready to work.
No. And just real quick, I ordered a chicken wing and an egg on Amazon. I'll let you know.
Oh, it took me a second. It took me a second. I like it. I like that one. Thanks, y'all.
Bye, everyone.
Great weekend. See ya.